Good day and good evening, and welcome back to Savage Stream with me, Chaiji, but you can just call me Kai. Tonight, once again, Reclears of Savage, Reclears of Unreal. Then we see if we can get a little further with the jails on UWU Prog. With that said, hey Telema, hey Caetsu, hey Aridel, hey Gireen, hey Kat, hey Murphlog Adult, hey Tristan, hey Shaq, hey Ridllian, hey Ceres, hey Tina Lee, and hey Lana. Hope you're all doing very well. The reason why we're streaming today... What? That is ridiculous, Murphlog. Thank you for the 50 gifted memberships. I think you may catch everyone coming in tonight. The wet floor signs. Yeah, we forget those. Wow. Murfolk shows up in a stream after, like... is it over a month? And then just comes in with, like... Whoops! Right out the gate. That is crazy. Thank you so much. 2 months, even. Oh boy. I couldn't remember if it was before or after Christmas. The slippening is still happening. Yeah. That is something else. Like doing the whoa, and then like each membership just falls, drops on the floor one at a time, just. And it's still going. Let me just see. Ultimate Trainer says, what are the thoughts on Savage being unlocked? There's not that much to say on that. The time they're saying they're unlocking it is exactly the time where they normally would be unlocked. The funny thing is that the Savage tier being unlocked usually happens like a month before the next raid tier comes out. So like when people have been like screaming and slamming the table going, why isn't it unlocked yet? A month ago or 2 months ago or 3 months ago, I've been like, I mean, it would be nice. It would be cool maybe. That it could be, like it might be better. I don't actually know since they haven't done that previously. But it's not what they normally do. So when it comes this late, it's a bit like going, so what are your thoughts on 7.2 having the next raid tier? And it's like, well, I would be surprised if it didn't. So that's why I might not have that much to think about on it, Ultimate Trainer. But I will say that based on what I've seen, I could understand if they had unlocked it a little bit sooner. But at least they unlock it. When there's a month left, there's probably a lot of players that would just look at Savage and go, there's no point in even starting. Because the next raid tier will start before I can finish. But thank you so much for the gifted memberships, Murfolk. And hey, hello, and Jojo. Hope you're doing well. And everyone else who may have come in the middle of this avalanche. Let me just unmute on Discord.
It's definitely for the parrot, but...
Oh, I'm missing... Okay.
Right. Civ is an alchemist.
Oh, I don't have that recipe. This is a scam.
What?
Oh, I'm missing the item to craft that.
What are you crafting? What is going
Very
on?
important.
I have no clue. It's Zip, we never know.
Well, once he's done sipping around, we should probably saddle up to to do the Savage. One thing we have been thinking about with that ultimate trainer is we have talked a little bit about if we're going to change anyway in our like weekly reclear situation, but we had actually talked about that already as well. I'm pretty sure. So we will see. There's something to be said that there may be an argument to not, possibly not go through the motions of doing a full reclear if there isn't even like a weekly lockout or anything. But some of the things we're reclearing you don't need anything from anyway.
I mean, I need a pair of boots.
Murfolk says, how would you rate this Savage tier compared to the Endwalker equivalent? I didn't Savage rate an Endwalker.
No, you did one. You did P5.
I didn't beat it.
Yeah, but you can still compare it.
No.
Slightly compare it.
No.
It's like comparing a job you didn't get hired for and the thing you're doing right now. Doesn't really work.
That's what happened when I worked in retail. Compared it to working as a security.
And how did that go?
How did it go comparing it? Yeah.
Very well.
Uh-huh.
Tired.
Uh-huh.
Oh, I need to grab food. Actually, I'll be fine.
Will you be fine?
For the first one. Barge going to your basement.
No alchemy in the basement. That always goes wrong.
No,
it's not our basement, so...
Zip, are you ready?
The company chest is taking a little long to do its thing.
But yeah,
So
I don't quite know, Murfolk. I can say
ready.
I feel like this raid tier was good. Is the stream stuttering for others?
Look, there was a very good reason why I wasn't ready, okay? I was selecting the new leader of Dogtown. Very important duties.
Well, YouTube is saying nothing on my end, so that is difficult. That is difficult. Also that, imagine showing up the Savage raid on time and then not having to go, oh right, I forgot food.
Look, there's a good reason for that.
Is there?
Yeah, I said it earlier. I was selecting the new leader of Dogtown. Very important duties.
But you had a scheduled raid now, which you've had for at least a week. So the Dogtown thing had didn't have any dips on your time.
I did because I unlocked it today.
Hey, Lo, hope you're doing well and enjoy. You can thank Murfolk for that. You tell me if it continues. I do wonder if others are also experiencing small stream stutters. But if it's like that's the difficult thing with that is that if it's like concentrated on yourself, then it's like maybe YouTube is weird, maybe your connection is weird, maybe there's something else on the line that is acting weird. That's the only occurrence for now. Well, in that case, it might just have been YouTube being weird. YouTube being weird, what's next? The sun rising at dawn? Actually, indeed. Speaking of weird, I feel like, and this is of course knock on wood, but I feel like it's been a few weeks since YouTube has like had a lot of the my connection suddenly dropping to near dead on the stream for a few seconds. Tank stance?
Working on it.
Don't worry about it. You already have enough aggro because of the highest DPS.
Right, wipe it? Wipe?
I specifically made sure to
Made
taunt
sure
in
to
the
what?
opener, but that slightly delayed my intervene, so I couldn't move.
You didn't have tank stance on in your opener.
I know. No, I noticed.
So what we're saying is we died because Graham wanted to greed.
We died because Ham forgot to turn tank stance on. It happens to the best of us.
Yeah, stupid level syncing and turning off tank stance or something.
Level syncing. This is old content, guys. We're getting synced down. We're not playing Dawntrail anymore. We're coming back in time to play Dusk Walker.
I hope you're ready to be ripped to shreds.
Or Dusk Brisk something, I don't know.
In reality, I just wanted to reset the fight because I didn't pull her far enough to the center.
I hope not. Dusk Strider, yeah. Ace on throne. Hope you're doing well. And yeah, it is really strange that they turn off the tank stance when you get synced down, considering that I don't think there is any like duty in the game anymore where that can happen, like where you actually drop below the level where you would have a tank stance.
Don't worry, tank stance unreal, they can't hurt you.
There are a few fates, but
Shadow of my heart.
like an actual like duty, I don't think so. Nope, the lowest guild test should bring you to like level 10 or so, I'm pretty sure. Like at least level 10, I'm pretty sure. Enemy hangouts is 10, isn't it?
Try this.
Something like that.
Light. No, pairs? Sorry, pairs. I'm being an idiot.
Also, we're on chaos.
We're also on chaos. I'm sorry.
You're
We should probably just wipe that.
Yeah. this is
We
too
don't
much
need to
rhetoric.
try. She's going to wipe us anyways.
That's true. Sorry about that.
I mean, you would survive. I know you don't have anyone for that.
Exactly.
Even then, I'm pretty sure that thing hits through invuln.
How did we save him last time then? Or was it just lost a bit?
Why does Pixel get their motifs automatically filled, but other jobs with similar actions don't, like Reapers, Harvest Moon, Monks, Chakras, and so on? That is a good question. I think it's just that they, like, initially Picto didn't. It was something that was added later. So I'm reasonably sure that part of it was that they just determined that it was too frequent, that Picto couldn't actually set their thing up in time before combat started. Whereas even something like a Reaper, you will always be able to press it, pretty much always, before combat starts.
And even if you don't, it does not ruin your entire opener.
True.
There's also the thing, Victor needs to do 3 things, whereas Monk and Reaper only need 1.
Yeah.
I do 10 things at once because I'm a gamer.
Wow.
But the game
Do
doesn't
you
let
do them
you.
correctly though?
Yeah, why wouldn't I?
I don't know. You're Zip.
Yeah, but... I mean, you are right, I'm terrible at games.
And yeah, the reason is probably, like, the reason why tank stances are turned off when you enter duty, or when you get synced down, is almost certainly because before Shadowbringers, tanks learned their tank stances at level 30.
From my
It's like, you land into Tasha. It's pretty important that you don't get to keep your tank stance, I guess.
Look alive, folks, because this cat has 9.
Go forth, shadow of
Oh.
my heart.
Same configuration. She's like, alright, I'll give you another chance.
Oh, I lost a GP.
Try again.
On target at the boss. How sad.
And now this time she's going to give us light parties.
Oh, that would be pretty funny. Like, oh, you wanted this? You got it.
Try this.
Nope, that is still pass. For some reason, my brain decided to flip it all and go, well, she's saying 4, so we need 4 people, right?
Lord Grendel.
Here it comes. Black Cat's lithe and lethal maneuver.
Lithe and lethal maneuver.
My ring! Please bear with us while we repair the ring.
Wait a second, isn't this supposed to be Black Cat's arena? Or her ring?
No, it's my ring.
Maybe she's just borrowing it.
No, we got the bad setup.
That's fine, I got the first punch.
Wee! Never mind, not we. Just face plant.
Oh, that might have been a bit early. Sorry.
Bit early? With what?
My bad. I won't do that for the next mechanic.
Oh. Ew. Nice. No one fell out of the ring.
Suspicious.
From my life 9, my soul I split.
Out is safe first.
Beautifully dodged.
East.
Your mincemeat.
Of course.
It's gonna be worst. It's gonna be worst. Oh. I couldn't see the beam, sorry. Quartz.
That's okay, I forgive you.
Quartz. DPS
Quartz.
first. DPS first. DPS first. Oh boy.
Not my bad, sorry.
Ugh. Yeah, I could have angled her a lot better. That's my bad. Out is safe first.
Vicious blow! Oh, that'll leave a mark.
Full Grendel!
I'm sorry, Taldemar. I'm glad that that at least when the streams are not there, that they're noticed that they're not there. I suppose. Thank you. Hey.
What power! Looks like someone isn't holding back.
What power? Nails, 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 nails. Nails? How about some more nails? That. Ta-da! Oh wow!
Perfect kill time for my
I can't.
pars.
Was there anyone that needed anything on the loot room? Nope. So I think I have everything here. If you want anything, just go for it. Hey, Agent Monacan Chili Taters. Hope you're doing well. Yeah, there was a few reasons why we had to
get your items.
Raid on Sunday this week. Part of it was that a few of us, which included me, were busy Saturday, and then there was also some that were busy Friday. So that's why it moved all the way to Sunday. But then I had my family visit, and my father helped me set up a new whiteboard, so now I have like a huge one right there. You can't see it.
Graham, what did you do?
What? Why?
We need to have words, mister.
About
Words?
what?
Something funny
Oh, the
number,
mount.
I'm guessing.
We need to
Hey,
have
Faith.
words, Graham.
Hope you're doing well.
Oh, the mount.
Amount.
Yeah, he's rather jealous about what
Oh, yeah,
Friday.
I mentioned, but it was the perfect kill time for the paladin pars.
Almost perfect.
Now the rest is crit RNG.
Does anyone know how many M4S clears we have?
I can look it
Are we on?
up.
I think we're on
We
12.
have 12. Yes, we have. I have 12 books. We have 12 clears.
We can check the spreadsheet.
I have books, but I also used M1 books. And I have 13 books, so we have more.
The question was M4S specifically.
Oh,
Yeah, 12.
12.
12.
I have
I
not
just
spent
heard,
my books yet, and I have 12.
Thank you for celebrating 3 months as part of the Cult of the Pink, Ridley. Thank you so much for the support. Because I've been a member for 3 months apparently. I could have sworn I've been here longer than that. It's pretty funny because a lot of the time, when like the month count is relatively low, that's what often happens. Is it's like, it's only been 3 months, and part of it I think is because people have either watched the channel or at least watched the streams for a bit longer than that before they start becoming a member or something like that. So it feels like it's been way longer than that. And then when it starts to get to like over a year, it starts to be like, wow, it's been a while, huh? And thank you for celebrating 4 months, Faith. 4 months, let's get to a full year and beyond. Yeah, that's the spirit. Thank you so much. And Tristan has 15. Nice. Thank you, Tristan. 15 months of chaos. And Merfolk has 14. Wow. Merfolk has also, I think Merfolk has gifted over 200 memberships at least. Taldemar is 5. Thank you for the support, Taldemar. I also have one of these. It's just everyone just going, let me just see, I have one of these.
The funny thing is my renewed, like, I think 25 January or something like that.
That could be.
But I haven't
one.
forgot to send it earlier. It's like, oh, I have one of these.
Thank you, everyone. And I'm glad to hear that, Faith. Thank you. And I could understand it would be a little bit more complicated if I release something once in a blue moon, right? Like every time a new video comes out, it's like, who is this again? Why am I subscribed to this channel?
What's all this math and why am I learning things?
What math?
Why am I learning things? Oh no!
It's weekend, I'm not supposed to learn.
It's Sunday, why are we doing math? Because math is fun! Sometimes. It's really nice with that huge whiteboard. I actually have like I have just a blank area that is bigger than my previous whiteboard. Like I just have free space now.
Free real estate.
The honey
Yep.
lovely show has begun.
Let's put on a lovely show for the audience.
So maybe I'll just write some math on that.
I wish I knew how my
Spritz.
lilies did not align properly last fight. They were completely mismatched with my buff window,
Lovely queen.
Oh yeah.
which is strange.
It'll be Spritz.
Here comes her fearsome venom strike!
It'll be Pairs. Whoops. Just barely managed to course correct there in the last second. No worries, Cat. Just scaring the one of your 9 lives out of you. Just for the memes, right?
The first one was already lost in M1S.
That was lost when they changed from Vieira to
Now to
Kote.
savor the sweet still of Honeybee's charm.
Circle first.
Oh, she's definitely feeling your love. Can the challenger resist the irresistible? I know I can't.
I'll make you mine.
Oh, that looks scary. Donut first. Uh-oh. You get did you get your toe hit there, Tristan?
Yep.
Now, to be fair, Lalafelds are mainly made out of toes.
What?
Well, there isn't that much body.
I just remembered that I was supposed to move the boss.
Right, it's fine. I forgive you.
Nailed it! Except she's slightly to the side.
And my poor auto attack off time.
Honeybees changed the routine.
I'm sorry.
What blue is it?
This is bad.
Ugh.
What?
I got hit. And now I'm in here. Where I don't know anything. That's not looking too good.
Where's North?
Here.
Where the,
I found it. I think we need the big heals.
That's
Nailed
fine.
it.
I just need overcap my Lily, so I'm a bit
It'll
sad.
be spreads. Check your heart count. Check your heart count.
Nothing hurts more than overcapping your blood Lily. By one.
This is annoying.
Is it? It'll be spreads.
Yes.
Oh.
Yes.
Hmm? Oh.
Your support means the world to
We're not very good at this, huh?
This fight hard.
It's okay, we just have to compensate by being better at everything else.
No hard feelings if I kill you.
It'll be pairs.
Careful now. This is very, very deadly.
Counterclockwise.
Oh, I messed it up. Oh wow. Thankfully the RNG was okay.
What?
I didn't place the first one properly. It was
I
trapped,
know.
so said
I
it
saw.
well.
This may sting a little.
What a clash! Neither side is willing to yield.
Ooh, what a delightful battle this is.
It'll be pairs.
We're just getting started.
DPS have the short fuse. It'll be spreads. Donut first. DPS have the short fuse.
Milo?
That's
Oh, this
not
is
good.
bad.
What happened?
Milo moved too late.
Missed
Oh.
that.
We are going to have a very big dead party.
Yeah,
Mhm.
I'm right center, so you're all gonna get hit regardless of what happens.
Oh, well.
Because I died in the center.
What's the meme to math ratio on the new whiteboard gonna be? I don't think I'll be writing very many memes. Because it's only going to be me who can see them, really. Unless I draw something so awesome that I need to share it. Just have a section of the screen that is very a very complicated differential equation with a result of 420 or 69. Nice. Oh well.
Oh.
A good addition to the stream, me writing on the whiteboard?
Instead of paint.
It would be really difficult because of the position of the whiteboard.
Let's put on a lovely show for the audience.
It'll be pairs. Hey Kosari, hope you're doing well.
Submit to your lovely
It'll be pairs.
Dang it.
Sip, not here.
No, I know. I did it so I can do this.
Okay.
Here comes our fearsome venom strike!
It'll be spreads.
Hope you're ready for me to steal your heart.
Now to savor the sweet sting of Honeybee's charms.
Circle first.
Oh, she's definitely feeling your love. Can the challenger resist the irresistible? I know I can't.
I'll make you mine.
I knew it! Of course. The one too hard person out of the stack. Donut first.
The downside of society and all.
Is everyone having a good time?
Like we had four players with two hearts like on top of each other, and then there's a fifth over in Narnia, but relatively speaking, that's the one that gets the stack. You were in Narnia relative to the rest of the raid.
Aren't you?
I always do the same movement there.
B is for brilliant.
You always, well, we don't, as you could see. We were clumping up together on the same side.
Change to routine.
But that's not your fault. It was just the observation that, oh, obviously the one person who's further away is the one that gets targeted.
How you doing, fellow melees?
Oh, amazing.
Just needed some warm-up.
We're just getting started.
Oh, I hate this part. Why can't I be the one with the hearts?
It'll be spreads. Check your heart count.
That's way less stressful to have one heart at the start.
Obedient little
Yeah.
baby.
Yeah. You guys don't have to worry about moving, okay?
Spreads.
Your support means the world to me, everyone. No hard feelings if I kill you?
It'll be pairs.
Careful now. This is very, very deadly.
Clockwise.
Oh, wait, you took
Nope.
I got my cardinals wrong.
Can you guys up? I'll be moving in a second.
This may sting a little.
What a clash! Neither side is willing to yield.
Ooh, what a delightful battle this is.
Pairs. Hmm.
Oh, dang it. Wrong defensive.
You're
Oh,
doing
correct
great.
What?
defensive.
Huh?
Correct defensive used.
Eh?
We're just getting started.
Task failed successfully.
I'm like, what? How did you? What wrong defensive?
Divine Veil!
Yeah. Supports have the
But
short
was-
fuse.
Divine
It'll
Veil
be
was
pairs.
correct there.
Circle first. Donut first. DPS have the fuse. Pairs. Hmm.
Your support means the world to me, everyone.
Oh, sorry.
That's fine.
My Karaholy for the Rotten Heart is going to be a little slow.
B is for break you to athletic.
I mean, if you need to kill it before it does half.
Clock spots.
We're lucky we might actually kill before Rotten Heart goes through.
Even if it did, we would have to have
Nah.
so.
First pairs Erdal and Ham. Oh, we killed the boss
1%
first.
off.
Loot.
It's
Boots.
over. Until next time.
Yeah, there's a bunch that wants the boots. And a bunch that wants the glaze. So we start with the boots, then we do the glaze, and then I see there's someone at least who's greeting on the hat, but there's no one that has said anything about the gloves. So if anyone's interested in the gloves at all, let's start with the boots. There's 3 that have needed on. Let's say they need on the boots. That sounds pretty good, Kazadi. The best part being that you are safe to stay to hide away in your room now, next to the glaze. You know, I don't know if it's the same 3 names that wanted the glaze. Telemann says it's a shame the simp tactic didn't make it to broader use, where you place a tank in the middle to soak all the hearts going out from the middle, since you can't get... Well, I mean...
Because for off-tank isn't doing little enough this raid tier already.
Yeah, I'm also thinking that seems like a DPS loss overall. Next we have a hat that someone has greeted on. And then there's the gloves. And the universal tombstone if anyone wants it.
Even if it were DPS gain to do that, I would refuse to do that as an off-tank. That's way too boring.
It makes the mechanic a lot more safe. It does, Taldemar, but last I checked, the gold standard is usually the thing that makes you do the most damage, not necessarily the thing that makes you the safest. And technically, I would argue that some of the later phases can eat, like, the thing is, dumping a tank in the middle doesn't make Alarm Pheromones 1 any safer, and that one comes after. So...
No.
know.
Thing. Generally, at max, we get 1 heart in that phase. Parking the tank in the middle guarantees 1 heart.
Yeah, exactly.
So... And also, it might end up taking at least some resources from the healers.
Yeah, that too. I just imagine that net, it's just not going to be worth it. Folks says this song irks me to no end. I don't know why, but it just produces a natural from me. I mean, it very much has the effect of I feel like the Honeybee Lovely theme is very much a love it or hate it thing, right?
Going to be a queen bee.
Sip, are you ready?
Honeybee Lovely.
Sip? Sip?
Well, I hit yes.
You didn't hit yes.
I did hit yes.
You did not. It didn't report yes. Did you hit yes?
I did hit yes.
Okay. Couldn't you just have said I hit yes and without waiting for me waiting saying nothing?
No, because I wasn't at my desk. I was near my bed.
So you were not ready. I hit yes. Why didn't you just say that?
Yes,
well, I
then
wasn't
went
at my
away.
PC, so you were not ready.
He was ready, then he walked away.
He was ready. Emphasis on was.
You're misunderstanding how big my room is. When I see him out laying in bed, it means it was literally 2 feet away from me, so I can easily hit yes.
Well, the thing is,
not
Sid,
about
if you're
being
not
able to hit yes.
ready, you don't hit yes. You weren't at your PC, hence you were not ready. Just because you could hit yes doesn't mean that you're ready.
But I
Well,
I hit yes.
theoretically, I could go to my kitchen, and if I hear the duty pop, I could without trouble be here once the duty starts. If I hear the pull timer, I could still be there for
Fair
when the pull
point.
starts when I'm in the kitchen, so I am ready, even if I'm in the kitchen.
See? He gets it.
Fair point.
I do have wired headphones though, so I wouldn't be able to hear anything.
Narnia is now the kitchen. Pairs in the circle. Spreads in proximity. Spreads. Spreads. Die! Oh, hi. Nice.
That would be
Oh,
better
and I
if it
was able
involved
to get a
technique
cast
issue.
off.
Nice.
I think you're cheating, Milo. We're gonna have to have a word later.
Don't mind me. Throats a bit parched.
We're gonna get
He
unlawful
paid
usage.
Brute Bomber.
I paid the great price. I was not paid.
Good luck, Teldemar. I'm sure you'll do great. Just follow the stampede of players. That you could do far worse than that. Let's just say.
My word, he just assaulted the referee! The scoundrel! No more distractions!
Spread center donut. Spread center donut.
I can hear it 3 seconds.
Pair center knockback. Pair center knockback.
Don't be worried about that cat.
Tag team.
Now we're playing by my rules! Ho ho! Chain deathmatch! There's no escaping those element links!
Pears and a donut. Pears and a donut. Die!
You should know that I have a short fuse!
Did you know he has a short fuse?
Yeah, I've heard.
We
Also,
should
supports
know
have the short fuse. Supports have a short fuse.
that. Always nice to have a short fuse.
Pairs and proximity. Pairs and proximity.
This is going to be a blast!
Blast!
The Inferno
Supports have the
fuse
short
failed.
fuse again.
The challenger respond!
Ham? Shack? Sip? Milo?
I think I overcome
Naomi?
a bit too much there.
Cat? Uh-oh. Adult?
Yeah, I definitely overcapped Rally a bit too much there. Should have popped
Overcapped?
early in the fight.
Lilies
it
probably.
It would have aligned more properly when if I used it a bit early on instead of having it sit on the third one. It meant one of my healing GCDs went out.
What are you stepping away from me for Ham?
Comedy?
For comedy?
I don't know, social distancing.
I respect that.
No, that would be weird. at least in this context.
Oh, there was damage pulsing
It'll
off
be
of you.
pass. It'll be pass.
Oh, kaboom!
2,
Barbarian special.
3, 4. Right, out. And in. Ready for the knockback. Remember, it'll be pass.
Yeah, I had the GCD heal there because I didn't have a Lily. That's my
Ew.
mess up. That's sad.
Hey, Stroud. Hope you're doing well. Did I read that wrong? I'm dead.
And they're done. Is it over already?
Knockback.
Spreads and a
Spreads.
knockback. Spreads and a knockback. Spreads and a knockback. Spreads and a knockback.
That works at least.
All this space here.
They're back on their feet.
I have Bell, so we should be okay.
I'm gonna need some help with healing.
You can have an asylum.
Thank you.
I'm a generous king, I know.
All aboard. Spreads and a circle. Spreads and a circle.
Amazing. The challenger saw straight through it.
Amazing. Watch the lariat.
Ow.
Uh-oh. Stay.
Beautifully dodged.
I think they're protected by stuff.
Nice. Loot.
It's all over.
There's 2 that wants the chest, and then there's 4 that wants the twine. So we've got chest and then twine. Chest. And then the twine. And then, if you want the paints or the solvent, you go for it. Strahd says, Han thinks death is funny. Context
He
is
does,
important, right?
What?
It was because I said, why are you stepping away from me?
Yeah, I made very.
And you
I
said
made
for
very
comedy?
much- Yes, I made very much sure to stay inside of a tank buster.
Oh yeah, well the thing is that as you were closing in on the edge, I started to follow you. I don't know if you noticed.
I noticed. But I was making sure I was not stepping out of it before the final hit.
Fair enough. I was concerned because I wasn't sure if you were like I can do that sometimes. I'm like just mind drifting. Like I don't actually know why I'm standing at this specific spot, and then I just move somewhere else. And then like suddenly I'm like, oh right, there's a specific reason why I had to stand there.
Alright, we were currently doing a tank buster.
Yeah. Oh right, the tank buster thing. Splat. Like on the bright side, bosses turn with me, so like I have reason to stand still all the time. But still. I did see Shaq said they were BRB.
I was meant to press yes to that, by the way.
That's incredible.
Yeah, so it popped up while I was clicking through my menus.
Huh.
My ready checks are hard.
It popped up
So does that mean
immediately
you're
after
ready,
I pressed
Sip?
it.
Does that mean you're
Yes,
ready?
I am.
Okay.
I was clicking through my inventory. And you just so
We
happened
need
to
we
find
need like
it
a
at the exact
tally
moment I
of
was
times Sip has shown up as clicking no when he meant yes or said yes.
clicking. That wasn't even intentional. That was literally me just trying to close that menu on my on my screen.
I mean, at this point, it could be the free thing in the bingo cards.
Yeah. Well, it could, but only on Savage streams.
Good Jack.
We could change it to be more generic, like Zip forgets something.
Wow.
I forgot. Wait, what?
Wow. Wow, Sip forgets something.
Yeah, the truly free square.
This is nothing personal, but I must have your soul.
Annoying.
Thunder has returned to the ring!
If one needs wings, one needs simply make them.
She's growing wings! Ha! A
Back.
wickedly divine!
Why'd I have to start as I was trying to make a drink?
Wow, I'm almost half a second
What?
late on my GCD.
I was
Front
taking
and
a
out.
sip of my drink when it started casting.
Supports bait out. Healers in a donut. Hey Matthew, hope you're doing well. Tanks in a circle. Ranged in a donut. Melee's in a circle.
There is no limit
Cardinals.
to Electro's potential.
She's gathering ether, but to what end?
1 and 2. Two spreads. Uh-oh.
Is it over already?
Can you get rid of, please?
They're still in it, but for how long?
clock spots.
How's this?
I have no resources, you'll get a medic and 2 out of each one.
It's 3.
We're in level 2 content.
Yeah, we're level synced. Didn't I mention that earlier?
Pairs?
Take this! Electrope has many uses. Watch and learn.
Oh, look at that
Left.
cannon. Her skills are as
Oh,
sharp
this is
as
very
ever.
bad.
Yeah, I'm lacking mana, it's gonna be a bit rough.
Horrible GCD alignment.
I will be fine.
I'll erase you.
2 hard cast Holy Spirits there instead of 1.
This doesn't look right.
No, the wrong side.
We have 5 people on one side.
We have a lot of corpses.
We had yellow on blue side.
Yeah, I'm usually not the biggest greeter, unfortunately, Strat. Krakenbo says we can't speedrun bingo. Also, I hope you're doing well, Krakenbo. Would it actually be fun to get a bingo if it was clear that I had basically doctored it by just bringing up every single subject on the list? I'm sure you'll do better next time, Tandem.
Yes, but only if there were randomized bingo
This is
cards.
nothing personal.
Oh yeah, okay, fair enough. Yeah, I could see that I'm like actively talking about all sorts of nonsense to try and get someone a bingo, but I don't even know what the bingo would be. And I could see it. Hey Harris, hope you're doing well.
If one needs wings, one needs simply make them.
To get the correct target and front line. Maybe. Back.
Oh, this alignment is way better.
Front.
Would it be safe to assume that you fought
DPS
like last
baits.
time, Gary?
DPS baits in. Healers in a donut. Healers in a donut. Tanks in a circle. Ranged in a donut. Melees in a circle. I mean, you got the soak.
They're still in it, but for how long?
There is no limit to Electrope's
Cardinals?
potential.
He's gathering either, but to what end?
4 and 3, I think. 3 and 4.
Yes.
Thank you. 4 pairs. Clock spots.
How's this?
How's this? Spritz.
Take
Huh?
this.
What happened to Cat?
There's a lot of a spot.
Ow.
Electrope has many uses. Watch and learn.
Oh, look at that
Right.
cannon. Her skills are as sharp as ever.
I'll erase you.
Oh, I forgot about that. That's not good.
Swap. Ugh. It's very, very low.
I can wait until my Archive will cool down and go that way.
Pizza places.
I cannot die here. I have no choice but to surrender to Electrope.
Wicked Thunder is discharging vast amounts of ether!
One more. In for heals. Uh-oh. In for heals.
I will not fail.
Egad! Something is growing from her body!
One more.
My body
Good to
will
see.
hold. It must. Ah! Ah!
She's taken Electrope into her body and unleashed a new fellow soul!
Stay out. Get to the left. Get to the left.
She's using electrode to convert her body's ether!
In for baits. Stay out. Uh-oh. I just saw Shaq almost instantly die.
1011 HP or something like that.
Easy.
Definitely 1k.
Stacks first or pairs first? Oops, all
Look
cannons.
at him.
In.
I love lasers, they're so cool.
Right strikes first. Later, it'll be a knockback.
My friends, return all to ash! Rowing my blade and drown my foes in cuts! You cannot outrun lightning!
Right strikes first.
Alright.
Get to the right. Get to the right. Get to the right.
Oh, I can even finish my cast there. How rude.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. Convenient.
Oh, I just realized I could have time to bring that. That's sad. I could have popped it.
Left strikes first. Later, it'll be a knockback.
Time for the stressful part.
Heh.
Kai, that was mate.
It's me. It's me. It's me. I didn't make it. I was being an idiot. I'm sorry.
In.
In.
Should
Sorry.
I try to tank LB?
Yeah, I think that might
Yeah.
help. Maybe. I'm totally confused. I'm sorry.
Go to the right. Go to the right.
They're back on their feet! What crit?
Yeah, it was a knockback.
Different right.
I'm sorry.
That's why I ran toward the left. I didn't have enough health to survive, sadly.
I don't know why I saw the short time. I looked at the short timer, processed it, and thought, I need to go in the pillars. I don't know why. I'm sorry.
Revenge?
No.
Who did you hit in the pillar?
Me and Shaq.
I actually stood there thinking, one of us gone wrong, and I don't know who it is.
But it certainly wasn't me, because I can
Nah,
read
It
not
was
like
me.
Revenge. Revenge for something.
And multiple got hit because even though I started running, I didn't manage to turn the cannon in time. Yeah, I'm sorry. And it was going so well. That's a good point, Chilitators. Everyone's gear is okay, I assume.
Always.
This is nothing personal, but
Coming
I
from
must
you,
have
that's not very convincing.
Wicked Thunder has returned to the ring!
That is the worst.
If one needs wings, one needs simply make them.
His great wings! Ha! Are
Back.
wickedly divine!
Front and out. What?
Oh my!
Support spade out. I don't know if that'll work. Wipe, just wipe, just wipe.
not
I say wipe now. Not if what?
Not. It's not working when my brain is
Lagging.
overloaded.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's why you should be having a nice cup of coffee, Graham.
I don't drink coffee.
We can get you a monster instead, but don't worry.
Drink coffee or an energy drink at this time. You might not be able to sleep tonight.
I also don't drink energy drinks.
We'll
I
get you some
thought you were
caffeine
gonna
pills.
say I don't sleep tonight.
Oh. You don't sleep tonight.
No, I thought he was gonna say that. Like, I'm
Oh,
not planning on sleeping.
I don't
fair
sleep
enough.
at night. He's actually Dracula all along.
This is nothing personal, but I must have your soul.
Wicked Thunder has returned to the ring!
If one needs wings, one needs simply make them.
His great wings! Ha! Are
Back.
wickedly divine!
Front and out. Support spade. Support spade in. Healers in a circle.
Ah, this is a good one.
Healers in a circle.
It's not tanks in a circle, it could be better.
Tanks in a donut. Tanks in a donut. Range in a circle.
It's good because it means I move very little.
Melee's in a donut.
I
Wipe.
move forward.
Just wipe. Just wipe. Just wipe.
You know, I wasn't that far in.
Oh
It's fine.
dear, the challenger has fallen out of the ring!
I've got to dip my toes out of the danger zone.
Dip your toes out of the danger zone?
Yeah, I had a toe in there.
Oh. Well, I heard that you were like 42 and something % toe, so there's a lot of toe.
This is nothing personal, but I must have your soul.
Wicked Thunder has returned to the ring!
one needs wings, one needs simply make them.
His great wings. Ha!
Back.
Wickedly divine.
Aww. She finally changed it up.
She didn't even get us with the mix-up.
Yeah, because
Back.
it's a fight.
Support spade. Support spade in. Tanks in a donut. Tanks in a donut. Healers in a circle. Melees in a donut. Ranged in a circle. Nice.
There is no limit to Electro's
Cardinals.
potential.
She's gathering ether, but to what end?
1 and 3. One spreads. Clock spots.
How's this?
Spread positions. Oh man!
I won't let me cast my Lily for some reason. How mean.
Take this! Electrope has many uses. Watch and learn.
Oh, look at that
Right.
magic cannon. Her skills are as sharp as ever.
I'll erase you.
Swap. Pizza places.
I cannot die here. I have no choice but to surrender to Electrope.
think your thunder is discharging vast amounts of ether?
One more. In for heals.
I will not fail.
Egad! Something is growing from her body.
One more. Get to see.
Will hold. It must.
I think Naomi needs extra. Okay, you got it.
It came off cooldown just as
No, that's convenient.
yeah. Very good RNG.
She's taken Electrope into her body and unleashed a new fellow soul.
LB? In. 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 Get to the right. Get to the right.
She's using Electrope to convert her body's ether.
In for baits.
Oh my!
Stay out.
Challenger went down hard. They're still in it, but for how long?
Spreads first. Oh,
Oh no.
They're done.
what happened?
Already?
Slightly too far out.
Oh. Wait, what?
You know
Touch
the...
wall.
No, not the wall, the bird.
Oh.
Uh-huh.
Slightly too far out of the bird.
So the first one killed 4 players. That's what I'm wondering about. I'm guessing 2 pairs made the same mistake. The reason why it killed the
No.
rest is because if there's people missing, where do the remaining explosions go?
Oh, I know what happened. At least on my side.
Hey Zoroth, hope you're doing well. Right now we're just getting our reclears in, but yeah, we're working on UWU Prog, and when we get to that again, a bit later probably, it's jails. And that is unfortunate. In the middle of progging on it, then 3 players get lost because they want to do FRU instead. That sucks. I just want to mention the reason why I see someone say I need a sec and then I send a ready check shortly after anyway is because I've lived long enough to see enough times that someone will remember to say that they'll be right back, but not that they're back. It's like they'll come back and then just sit down and be like, huh, why are we not going? That's even worse, sort of. Like, just needing the clear, and then people are like, nah, I'd rather do FRU. You know, the worst part is that if they then finally get FRU and get back, then, when they finally get back, you would probably have to, like, relearn several parts a little bit. Who is all jail prog, though? Well, sometimes it's something before jail. Sometimes. Are we sure UWU isn't also just EE2 prog? I mean, in our case, it could be.
We didn't EE2 proc so far.
That's true, but we have done that.
Well, today.
Yeah, today, but I mean, when we've done UWU prog, it has always been in the same day as we've been doing this.
EE2 proc.
Yeah, exactly. Hey, Kokuchuibo, hope you're doing well.
Perhaps that's why we're not getting through the fight. We are not progging EE2.
Ah,
It's
we
not
have to
clear
wipe to
party.
that first. I'm pretty
Yes.
sure... Didn't we just last time decide that we were going to do it? Like last time we cleared, didn't we just decide that we're going to get it that time?
Possible.
So can't we just do that? Put the hat back on.
Milo, why are you trying to feed cat food to people?
I'm just saying a type of food. I'm not feeding it to people.
I mean, there are a lot of Mikotes in this static, and I would assume they would eat that type of stuff.
I'm just saying a name. Doesn't mean I'm feeding them.
It could though. It could mean you could feed them. You know, maybe make them happy.
This is nothing personal, but I must have your soul.
Wicked Thunder has returned to the ring!
If one needs wings, one needs simply make them.
His great wings! Ha! A wickedly
Front.
divine!
Front. DPS baits. DPS baits out. Tanks in a donut.
Oh, nice. Finally.
Tanks in a donut. Healers in a circle. Melees in a donut. ranged in a circle.
There is no limit to
Cardinals?
Electro's potential.
It is gathering ether, but to what end?
1 and 3. Three pairs. 3 pairs.
That's sad. I forgot to spam glare 2 more times and I didn't have any.
Hmm?
Glare 4.
Oh.
I pressed the wrong glare button.
Clock spots.
How's this?
It looks like a wipe.
Oh my!
I think.
Challenger went
Spread
Oh,
positions.
doable.
You should be fine.
It's just
Spread
plans without
positions.
explosions. Now this is going to be a problem.
That didn't do nearly as much damage as I expected.
That's because the first 2 were hit by my bell.
Wow.
And then by the time the 3rd hit came, we already was max.
Hmm.
Oh, look at that
Right.
laser cannon. Her skills
So
are
the healing
sharp as
output
ever.
was probably a bit more than it would have expected.
I'll erase you.
Ugh. What happened?
They're done. Is it over already?
With someone on the wrong side?
My little spoon ran off.
Yeah, I got the angle shot at me for some reason. I was in the corner.
Well, wipe. Do we need to review the positions for that?
No.
Was it you that were out of position? Spoons just need to spoon harder. Yeah, sure. It wasn't meant as some sort of punishment. It was meant as an offer. If someone was like, "Nah, I can't actually quite remember," then maybe someone would find it helpful to review it. So it says it took 2 months for their team to consistently clear Titan after getting to jails. Oh boy. Hopefully it doesn't end up like that for us, but I guess we'll eventually see.
Have your soul.
Wicked Thunder has returned to the ring!
I did my opener wrong. Uh-oh.
If the healer opener, what could be that bad about it?
It makes me go to green.
I don't care what color. Front. I don't care what your pass is as long as we kill the boss. Front. No, sorry, it's back, and I'm being an idiot. Sorry, Ardell. And Shaq. Sorry. Now it is front. It is front this time. Sorry. Support speed. Support speed out.
Yeah, I'll top everyone up so you don't.
Tanks
feel
in a
so bad.
circle. Tanks in a circle.
Aww.
Tanks in a
We need
circle.
more tanks and donuts.
Healers in a donut. Melees in a circle.
Oh my! The challenger went down hard.
Oh boy.
What happened there?
I don't know. But this is going to hurt a lot.
They're back on their feet. What grit?
What ultimates have I cleared? I have not cleared an ultimate, Kokochu.
To elect
Cardinals?
potential.
He's gathering ether, but to what
1
end?
and 3. Three spreads.
And they're down. Is it over already? They're still in it, but for how long?
Clock spots. Can we actually get that?
With some running.
Yeah, we should be fine.
Spread positions.
Take this!
If I drip it late enough for it to at least get one in. Ah.
Electrope has many uses. Watch and learn.
This is annoying.
Oh, look at that
Right.
laser cannon. Her skills are as sharp as ever.
I'll erase you.
Apparently, like, cat
Swap,
in my room is
swap,
on my
swap.
bed. I should have enough seconds to open my door now.
No.
Okay, the cat
Pizza
is outside my
places?
room.
Here.
Pizza places.
I have no choice but to surrender to Electrope.
Your thunder is discharging vast amounts of ether!
One more. In for heals.
I will not fail.
Egad! Something is growing from her body!
One more. Good to see.
My body will hold. It must. Ah! Ah!
Hey, Persos. Hope you're doing well.
She's taken Electrope into her body and unleashed a new battle soul!
Stay out. Get to the right. Get to the right.
She's using Electrope to convert her body's ether!
Sins of abates. In. Nice. Spreads first. Sorry, I didn't make it, Milo.
Oh, this is bad.
In. Oh. I don't know if it's possible to recover from that.
What's she casting?
Great White.
Wait,
Stand
what?
up.
After did its swords.
Well, we have one ethereal conversion to prepare.
Oh, what the...
Whee. Boom.
Hmm.
Allows me to fix my door properly, so I can close it fully.
I'm sorry, Milo. For some reason I got too caught up in, oh, we have to dodge around the cannon first, and then I was way too far away.
It's brother didn't die to the pair.
What?
Well, I took it solo.
Why did you take it solo?
I mean, considering the amount of deaths we had during that mechanic, I think you know why.
Is it the spread? Only me and Milo died.
Yes, but everyone died on pairs during the donut.
Right. I'm very confused.
Because it was line AoEs with scattered, which was spread, and then it went into donut with pairs.
We're trying, Persis. We're having a little bit of a. Well,
and those
I'm
two
certainly
got
having a
hit
bit of a
with
goof moment in
your
phase 2.
stack as well. They were just in the donut as well, so you didn't take the stack solo.
Oh, that makes really
I just checked, and at least 2 players still
Well,
need to
okay,
eat
things
before
are-
this pull.
Food
Yeah,
check,
you need to
eat.
we do that.
This is nothing personal, but I must have your soul.
Wicked Thunder has returned to the ring!
And we just have these nights sometimes where the bosses just don't go quite right.
I blame it the fact that it's moved to Sunday.
Back,
If it was a Friday, we would have cleared first try.
maybe.
Yeah, we proc for each weekday separately.
Bagging out. Support spade. Support spade in.
Yay, my favorite. It means I can get offers like Savage out.
Healers in a circle. Healers in a circle. Tanks in a donut. Ranged in a circle. Melees in a donut.
Pretty sure I must risk Graham's life there.
What?
I stood on top of Graham when that mechanic was happening.
You were not standing on top of me, you were standing way too close to the boss.
There is no limit.
The AoE
to
cycle would
Cardinals?
have hit you there.
potential.
It is gathering ether, but to what
1
end?
and 3. Three pairs. Clock spots.
How's this?
And they're down!
I went to the wrong side.
Pairs? It doesn't work. It doesn't work. Just run.
Oh my! The challenger went
It
down.
could have worked.
Didn't we lose both healers and the red mage?
Oh, I didn't see the healer dead. The healer's dead. I thought just one melee who had already exploded died.
There you go. EE2 proc.
Right, let's clear.
You didn't say please.
Time to clear.
Yes, I please.
This is nothing personal, but I must have your soul.
Wicked Thunder has returned to the ring!
If one needs wings, one needs simply make them.
His great wings! Ha! A wickedly divine!
Front. Banging out. Support bait. Support bait out. Healers in a circle. Healers in a circle. Tanks in a donut. Ranged in a circle. Melees in a donut.
There is no limit to
Cardinals.
Electrope's potential.
It is gathering Eva, but to what end?
1 and 3. Three spreads. Clock spots.
How's this?
Spread positions.
Take this! Electrope has many uses. Watch and learn!
Oh, look at that
Left.
cannon. Her skills are as sharp as ever.
I'll erase you.
Swap. Swap. Little scary. pizza places.
I cannot die here. I have no choice but to surrender to Electro.
Wicked Thunder is discharging vast amounts of ether!
One more. In for heals.
I will not fail.
Egad! Something is growing from her body!
One more.
My body
Get to
will
see.
hold. It must.
Hey Flo, hope you're doing well.
She's taken Electrope into her body and unleashed a new feral soul!
Stay out. Get to the left.
She's using Electrope to convert her body's ether!
Sense of abates. Oh boy. Stay out. Same angle.
Oi.
Stacks first.
In.
Oh my!
I got
In.
assassinated.
Down hard.
I felt like I did too. At first.
They're back on their feet! What grit?
Oh, I positioned myself incorrectly for the donut. I'm too focused on the nuances.
Right strikes first, later.
My friends, return all to ash. Rain my blade and drown my foes in cuts. You cannot outrun lightning.
Right strikes first, gets a lift. Left. Right strikes first later. Stay out. Stay out. Don't know what we do about Zip.
I got him.
Will he be up in time?
They're still in it.
Wrong place,
But for
Nomi.
how long?
Get to the right.
Thank you.
I can get through this already.
Damn, it's up to you. Anything you have the limit break. Anything you can.
XLB.
I don't think that'll save him.
Or
I have a dot.
Yeah, exactly.
I had a dot right until just now.
You could. I don't know if Tank LB will save you now, but you have it. No.
If you're wondering how I died, I got sniped.
I tried. I tried to
panic
Mason
invuln
Flash,
too
Jack.
early.
Loot too
I
early. You were going to die in
No,
1
the
second. You had 1k
the
HP.
Yes, but I did not take any damage after the dot. I used invuln until Sword Quiver started.
Hmm.
I invulned at the worst possible time.
Wasn't there a single tick that you took 0 from as a result?
I don't think so.
Okay.
I could look into.
I had a few times in that pool where like I had like a weird frame skip. It's like there was like a good clear half second where the screen just like skipped, which was very disorienting.
There's nothing perfect,
I'm used to
but
that.
I must have your soul.
Sometimes I am, but it's still disorienting.
Return to the ring.
Also, hey Suzaku, hope you're doing well.
If
And
one
congratulations,
needs
Flo.
wings, one needs simply make them.
His great wings. Ha!
Oh,
Front,
wow.
Deadly divine.
front. Bagging out. It's a pulse bait. The pulse bait out. Tanks in a donut. Tanks in a donut. Healers in a circle. Melee's in a donut. Ranged in a circle.
There is no limit
Cardinals?
to Electro's potential.
She's gathering ether, but to what end?
1 and 2. Two spreads. Clock spots.
How's this?
Pairs.
Take this! Electrope has many uses. Watch and learn.
Oh, look at that magic
Left.
cannon. Her skills are as sharp as ever.
I'll erase you.
Swap.
I know I have not been double provoking this anymore, but that's not no reason to shirk me during the cast of a Tank Buster. It's scary.
Huh?
No.
Oh, you have consistently shirked during when the cast of a Tank Buster had already started.
Surrender
I
to
know.
Electrope.
Pizza places. That's my fault. I should be shirking earlier.
Well, I'm somewhat inconsistent about the provoke currently. I do it somewhere between the second and third laser.
Wicked Thunder is discharging vast amounts of ether!
One more. In for heals.
I will not fail.
Egad! Something is growing from her body!
One more. Good to see.
My body will hold. It must. Ah! Ah!
Now our battle truly begins.
She's taken Electrope into her body and unleashed a new fellow soul!
Stay out. Get to the left. Knockback.
She's using electrodes to convert her body's ether!
Slide to the right. Slide to the left.
Uh-oh.
Oh dear, the challenger has fallen out of the ring.
In for baits. Stay out, same angle.
Is it over already?
Can you get me up?
They're back on their feet! What grit?
Spreads first. In.
My flames return all to ash. Laying my blade unto all my foes and cuts. You cannot outrun lightning.
Left strikes first, get to the left. Left strikes first, later. Oh no.
Oh my! The challenger went down hard.
In. I don't know what we do.
Our best.
They're still in it! But for how long?
Left strikes first, gets it right. Bruh.
I don't have any swift shots, by the way.
You don't have what? I don't have anything left either. Like, I'm completely out. So... Well, I guess we finally got the answer to the would we have survived with Tangleby question that we've had many times where we wiped to sunrise.
Somewhat.
The answer is not really. I don't know if we'll get any UWU Prog tonight. What do you mean with you're bad at the end, Cat? If you'd stood alone, we would like we both would have died anyway.
This is nothing personal, but I must have your soul.
Wicked Thunder has returned to the ring!
Good luck, Soros.
If one needs wings, one needs simply make them.
His great wings! Ha! A
Back.
wickedly divine!
Back. DPS baits. DPS baits out. Healers in a circle. Healers in a circle. Tanks in a donut. Ranged in a circle. Melees in a donut.
There is no limit
Cardinals.
to Electrode's potential.
He's gathering ether, but to what end?
1 and 3. One spreads. Clock spots.
How's this?
Spread positions. I think that's a wipe.
Oh dear, the challenger has fallen out of the ring.
If we're lucky enough, that's far enough away. No, it's not. Oh, it was.
Take
We lucky.
this.
That's true Narnia.
What?
If it was truly lucky.
Many uses.
Truly lucky with a true Narnia.
Oh, look at that
Left.
master cannon. Her skills are as sharp as ever.
I'll erase you.
Swap. Swap.
Oh my! The challenger went down hard.
I don't feel like we usually are that low or that late in that mechanic.
Yeah, I'm just wondering what we were lacking that caused that. Because usually we're at least half health or a little bit above it, but that
Well,
was...
when I say usually, I mean not tonight. Because we've been that close to death many times tonight. So I don't know what's wrong, but something's wrong. Anyway,
Sunday.
pizza places.
Wicked Thunder is discharging vast amounts of ether.
One more. In for heals.
I will not fail.
Egad! Something is growing from her body.
One more.
My body will
Get to see.
it must.
Oh boy.
Interesting day today.
I don't have anything I can help with.
Lapis intermission allows you to read food.
Battle truly begins.
There are a few that could use a food buff.
She's taken electrodes into her body and unleashed a
Thankfully my glare did not run out. Like, cast it when she came back. That's sweet of her to wait.
And they're done. Is it over already?
In. What is happening?
They're back on their feet. What grit?
Electro confirms me with the ether of my friend.
Get to the right.
She's using electrodes to convert her body's ether.
In. Ow. I wasn't in enough.
Yeah, sorry about that.
What?
Thought you were following me.
No.
Because I stood there a little bit too long.
Pairs first?
Oh, this time I'm the assassin.
Yeah, hello.
I'll
in.
top everyone up. If we can get a red on one of the tanks, that'd be
I've got Kai ready.
cool. We should be
Thanks, Cal.
fine if Milo isn't up for the first sword, because we can tank one, but any more might be a bit of an oversight.
Left strikes first later.
Flames return all to ash. Relying my blade and drown my foes in cuts. You cannot outrun lightning.
Ah. Excellent. I had like a moment of brain lag and hoped that everyone else had seen it. But we all stopped at 2 because I
Left.
wasn't sure.
Left, it is not
Left
there.
strikes first. I don't have any healing left.
I need to red someone.
We're going to have to
I can't-
invuln. There's no
I
one you
don't
can
have
hand it to.
invuln.
There's no one you can hand it to.
I don't have invuln.
Then you'll have to die. Like everyone alive got hit. So you didn't have
I
anyone to
know.
hand it to.
I was hoping that someone got a fresh
Right, okay.
rest that moment.
Fair enough.
Oh, this is going to be very annoying.
Mm-hmm. Out. Oh no.
Go left,
Go left, go left, go left.
Yeah, I'm not seeing the DPS happening.
Yeah, we can't make the check. The best we can do is res a healer and then... But then we'll be
Healer
dead
LP.
before we can recover from that, so we don't have it. We had way too many deaths early in the fight.
Well, left
I got
shot.
this zip.
Hey, Death Sheep, hope you're doing well. Says, do you think there's any extreme trials you could clear the same way that you did your most recent video? Yes. Most are Realm Reborn extremes. I'm pretty sure you would be able to beat with all 8 players playing with extremely idiotic limitations. The reason I believe that is because most Realm Reborn extremes can be beaten with like 3 or 4 players. Synced. So yeah, I think so. But yeah, we can do this. We just need to really concentrate. Cat, food? It's also possible that Ravana might be doable with players playing like that. those bad players can also do the mechanic. Well, Suzaku, if you watch the most recent video, you'll see that, I'm sure you did, you'll see that the restrictions didn't include anything about doing mechanics correctly. So, by the restrictions we put forth, we would be able to do the mechanics. And yeah, exactly, Deshi, if you go, but what if you can't do the mechanics, then it's like, yeah, then you can't beat it. That's also part of the reason why we didn't, demonstrate by failing mechanics deliberately.
If one needs wings, one needs.
Well, you could have tried having a tank that gather as many Vuln stacks as possible. I think that could have still worked.
Front. No, I don't think so. I wouldn't be able to heal them enough. So that wouldn't have worked. Backing out.
Oh boy.
Support bait out. Healers in a donut. Tanks in a circle. Ranged in a donut. Melees in a circle.
And they're done! Is it over already? They're still in it! But for how long?
There is no limit to
Cardinals?
Electrode's potential.
She's gathering ether, but to what end?
1 and 2. One pairs. Clock spots.
How's this?
Spread positions.
Take this!
I forgot to use reprisal. Sorry. What happens now?
Watch and learn.
Milo will die.
Left.
Like, thanks for the sacrifice, Milo.
I vote we just wipe now. Just wipe now.
We will not be
There
able to clear
are
the
too
amount
many
of deaths
deaths.
we have.
Way too many deaths.
I'll erase you.
Also, Iron Cluster would not work.
That too.
Yeah, the player who doesn't start with buffs is going to die to Iron Cluster.
I mean,
But
the player
theoretically,
that,
as long
the other one that also didn't.
We'll have
Nobody
several
else
other
died
mechanics
at
that
the
won't
end.
play out correctly, yeah. Every set, there would be someone who's like, well, I need someone to point a beam at me. And if the person who's dead was supposed to have the beam. food check. Is everyone's gear fine? Anyone need repairs?
You wouldn't believe this, my weapon has 107% condition.
Fantastic. You're saying it like that's unbelievable.
It is.
Weird.
It's not. It's actually, for you it sounds unbelievable, but for me it's Tuesday.
But how can a weapon be more than 100% fixed?
Nothing personal.
You,
Unbelievable.
Have your soul.
It's unrealistic.
Wicked Thunder has returned.
Yeah,
you're
you think it's
playing
my
Final
black-
Fantasy, not Final Realistic Game.
I would like to find a realistic game.
You don't get to make a different character, you're stuck with yourself.
If one needs wings, one needs simply make them.
But I wanna be a cute lizard.
That's
Back,
a premium
back,
thing you have to pay
back,
for.
back.
It's about 20 euros. Or you have to do the loot boxes to get that skin.
Front, out, front and out.
Oh dear,
Support spade in.
fallen out of the ring.
Healers in a circle.
They're back on their feet. What grit?
Healers in a circle. Tanks in a donut. Just wipe it. Just wipe it. That's too much too early, man.
Does someone remember what time Heart and Rage is?
What time hard? I don't. Well, I can check our
It's
mitigation. timer.
like 12 minutes or something.
You're fine
about-
for this one.
I'd say 14 minutes.
13
like
minutes.
14.
13 minutes.
Alright.
I know the 0.5% full is 12.41.
But yeah, we want to get the kill. I don't care if you want a purple or a green bars. I just want to kill the boss.
I am doing so many medicals you would not believe, sire.
Fantastic.
So much so we won't clear in rage, but I'm lacking DPS.
Have your soul.
I'm doing 0 damage, pure healing.
Wicked Thunder has returned to the
Now, don't get sarcastic with me here. You know what I mean.
If one needs wings, one needs simply make them.
His great wings. Ha! A
Back.
weirdly divine.
Front and out.
Please give. Ah, I want the other version.
Support spade in. Support spade in. And jump.
Aye, the
Where?
challenger went down hard.
Where?
You would have to pull immediately to skip. the
No,
rage.
we're just gonna reset.
Well, considering we've never actually seen the end of a Sword Quiver,
Yeah.
but
I'm guessing, given we've been at it for nearly 2 hours at once, that some people will need a few minutes. But yeah, you know, get water. I don't know, splash water in your face.
Yeah, we've been at it since 7
Deep
PM.
breaths. We've made some incredibly interesting mistakes tonight, and we know we can do this. So let's you know, quick break and then actually do it. In the meantime, manatee restored. Alright, I'm back. Thank you, Chili. Hope you have a good day. Yeah, that's she. The best you can do is just try it. Sometimes you'll end up in groups with some interesting people, but you know, the worst. Like, as long as you're trying your best, I would say the worst they can do to you is kick you. They might also blacklist you, but see, the good thing there is then you don't have to play with them ever again. And you probably don't want to. So, like, for the most part, anything they can do to you is not a problem. I don't know if you would be able to do the second Shadowbringers extreme with the restrictions that we had in the video from Friday. Like, I'm just saying, Persos, that would require that the tanks are not using any defensives. That might get really sketchy. Just as an example. Vitality pots count as mitigation? Jacob, with those restrictions, you wouldn't bring any pots. Food buffs would be over-preparing, if you really think about it. Oh, well, that sucks, Soros. Maybe next time. I mean, primal memes or primal roulette is kind of the same, right? You just, like, spin the wheel and you get a random primal that you wipe on. Thank you, Jacob. Unfortunately, we're still toying with M4S reclears. Would an extreme trial qualify as a situation you'd save your cooldowns for? Should they be held for Savage still? That's a good question, Emily. That's a good question. I mean, the thing is, part of the reason why, and I teach this in some of my videos from Endwalker as well. One of them is, some of them are the mistakes role makes, and one of them is healers saving their cooldowns for when things really go wrong. The thing is, if you hold Benediction for when things really go sideways, then every time there is an opportunity where Benediction would be able to save the day, you will always go, well, maybe I can do it without Benediction. Maybe it could be worse. And it will always be possible to move the goalpost further down. So, by that token, the hypothetical player that saves all of their cooldowns for when it really matters will never use their cooldowns, because any situation they get into could be worse, could be more demanding.
Now, there's one case where you will get max value out of Benediction. A warrior using Holmgang while Holmgang is still active. Warrior is still active beyond 1 HP.
There you're not getting maximum value. There you're basically wasting it.
Well, yeah, but you're getting the maximum possible amount of healing.
Yeah, but it's completely useless.
It depends on what you define as maximum value.
Yeah,
Just
like
attack maximum healing or maximum healing at a useful time.
Yeah, exactly. Primal Roulette is a mechanic at the end of the fight. That's fair, Soros, but I assumed, given the way you were presenting it, I assumed that you meant that thing, like that you were just memeing around with primals. And also, exactly, Jacob. You know, Phase 6 will kill us right now if we don't use LB3. But what if we need it in Phase 7? I have a strong feeling that we might not get any UWU Prog tonight. But we will push onward. Food check, everyone. There's a few that have like significantly below 30 minutes. Is there a situation when Arcanist should be using Physic below level 30 before or before Scholar? And below 30, Physic is actually decent. So if someone needs help, there you go.
But I must have your soul.
Wicked Thunder has returned to the ring!
If one needs wings, one needs simply make them.
His great wings! Ha! A
Front.
wickedly divine!
Backing out. Can we just wipe? Can we just wipe this? If you're legitimately an Arcanist, then you're wearing gear with mind on it anyway, because low-level caster gear has both intelligence and mind. So it will actually scale fine. And sure, a ruin from an Arcanist is like from the summoner is better than a ruin from a scholar, for instance. But if someone needs that physic to survive, then you could do it.
God, that doesn't exist.
But who's booksmacking harder?
Me.
They should be booksmacking equally hard,
But I must have your
approximately equally hard.
Wicked Thunder has returned to the ring!
If one needs wings, one needs simply make them.
His great wings! Ha! A
Back.
wickedly divine!
Back.
Front. Support spade. Support spade out. Wipe.
Oh my! The challenger went down hard.
We are really deprogging today.
What happened this time?
I got stepped on by 2 circles that I shouldn't have.
By 2 circles.
A DPS on top of me.
Deep breath, guys. Focus on the fact that you know how to do this fight and stop thinking about the fact that you've made so many mistakes tonight. No one else is thinking
Have a
about that.
cup of
No one
tea.
else is sitting there thinking, oh man, that person has done 15 mistakes now. Like, we just want to win. Like, don't
You
even
wanna
think
win,
about it.
though?
You're the only one worried about the mistakes you made earlier. So let's do this. It's like that
They say-
embarrassing thing you might have done when you were 10. No one
don't
else
remind
remembers.
me.
No one else remembers.
Oh, fuck.
No one else cares.
Yeah, and now I remember.
But no one else cares. No one even knows what you're talking about.
I know. I can smell it.
Yeah, it knows.
It involves glue sticks, doesn't it?
What?
You were sniffing glue.
If one needs wings, one
But you didn't
needs
sniff glue when you were 10?
simply make them.
Oh, everyone in my class was doing that.
100%. If you don't-
Back. Back. Back.
Pretty sure the glue sticks I had didn't really smell though. It was more like the
Front.
paintbrush stuff.
Support spade. Support spade out. Tanks in a circle. Tanks in a circle. Healers in a donut. Melees in a circle. Ranged in a donut.
Worst possible configuration.
That's the lucky one.
Nah, it's the one where it's impossible for me to have 100% perfect GCD uptime.
Good, then you don't have to think about your pass anymore. Now we can kill the boss. Cardinals.
Cloak's potential.
It is gathering ether, but to what end?
1 and 3. I'm mostly joking, by the way. 3 spreads.
Look, we're gonna win because Superman by Goldfinger started playing. That's why.
Clock spots.
How's this?
Spread positions.
Ah, that's such a far run.
Take this! Electrope has many uses. Watch and learn.
Oh, look at that
Right.
cannon. Her skills are as sharp as ever.
I'll erase you.
Swap. Pizza faces?
I cannot die here! I have no choice but to surrender to Electric.
Wicked Thunder is discharging vast amounts of ether!
One more. Get in for heals.
I will not fail.
Egad! Something is growing from her body!
One more. Get to see.
My body will hold. It must.
Now our battle truly begins.
She's taken Electrope into her body and unleashed a new fellow soul! Oh dear, the challenger has fallen out of the ring.
Stay out.
They're back on their feet! What grit!
Left, get to the left, get to the left, get to the left, get to the left.
She's using Electrope to convert her body's ether!
In for baits. Stay out. Opposite end. Oh man.
I can't red shack on my like the super fast.
They're still in it! But for how long?
Can we recover in time?
That should be
fine.
Pairs
possible.
first, pairs first, pairs first. In.
Oh my! The challenger went down hard.
Oh, did he only get Myla?
Well, we need to raid white first, otherwise we'll die.
Alright, strikes first, later.
My flames return all to ash. Rowing my blade and draw my foes in cuts. You cannot outrun lightning.
Right strikes first, get to the right. Right strikes first, later. In.
In.
Can we get Cat up?
I got.
They're gonna explode, by the way.
What?
There we go, wrong way.
Ah! I stepped into
Right.
the
Go
wall.
right.
Go right.
Healer LB on the second knockback.
Yeah, after the knockback.
Now. Now.
Heal LB.
During the knock.
First.
Right after the knockback. During the knockback.
No, I
Oh,
have
it
to
just
go
needs to
myself.
go through. That's what really matters here.
Yeah.
If you can put a thingy on me, that'd be great. That's fine. Yeah, we wouldn't have
Oh
to,
boy.
or at least I wouldn't have.
A battle so electrifying I
Well,
dare not
everyone's on their own here. Wait, how did Naomi survive?
Graham had cover.
Yeah, but why cover healer if the healer's going to die anyways?
Oh, I didn't mean cover me. I meant put your damage reduction on me. The other one. Give someone 15% reduction.
I can't because paladins revive with their defensives on cooldown.
That's fine.
Do you drop to 0 oath when you die?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh. You know, I've never thought about that, but that makes perfect sense. Still really annoying.
No, it doesn't.
Well, I mean, it makes perfect sense insofar that other jobs with a gauge lose all of their gauge. Like, I lose my beast gauge when I die.
Your beast gaze, your mana for Dark Knight defensive.
Yeah. Well, Dark
Or stuff
Knights.
like that.
Dark Knights.
Let's
revive
go.
With... Oh man, not. No. Really. How much MP does to Dark Knights exactly revive with?
The same as
3K?
everyone else.
Turn to the ring.
Not enough for TBN.
Yeah, but almost enough.
Unless they have carbon spit, they're at best over 10 seconds away, I think. At least
If
9
one
seconds
needs
away.
wings, one needs simply make them.
But sages, for example, don't lose their Adder Skull.
Yes, we do.
Back.
What?
Back. Back.
I clearly don't die enough on healers.
All healers lose their resources.
Front.
Whether that be Lily's, Adams, or...
DPS baits. DPS baits in. Tanks in a circle.
Yeah, the more I think about this, Picto is the weird job for not losing their resources.
Tanks in a circle. Healers in a donut. Melee in a circle. Ranged in a donut. I'm pretty sure they lose their subtractive palette when they die.
Oh no, but they don't lose their motifs?
It's
They don't
not
have to
it's
reap?
not a resource gauge. Cardinals.
Well, Stamina also gets a primal reset.
He's gathering ether, but to what end?
3 and
But,
4, they keep their gems. 3 pairs.
Yeah, they keep their gems, which is weird. It's not really consistent what gets reset and what not.
It's Final Fantasy, a lot of things aren't consistent.
Well, you say it's weird, but basically that proves my point. Because you were like, why is it Paladin loses it when others don't? Because the game is inconsistent. There you go. Clock
A
spots.
fantasy game that is consistent? That doesn't make sense.
How's this?
I mean, things being consistent would be a fantasy, honestly.
But seemingly not the final one.
That's a good question. When is the Final Fantasy game?
Pairs.
And they're down!
Ah, it's just an uncharged person.
Take this!
My bell ran out just before the first hit came through. How mean. I was actually pressed my walk bind.
Electrope has many uses. Watch and learn.
Ooh, look at that
Left.
laser cannon. Her skills are as sharp as ever.
I'll erase you.
Pizza places.
I cannot die here. I have no choice but to surrender to Electrope.
Wicked Thunder is discharging vast amounts of ether!
One more. In for heals.
I will not fail.
Yes! Something is growing from her body!
One more. Get to see.
My body will hold. It must.
Now our battle truly begins.
She's taken Electrope into her body and unleashed a new feral soul!
Stay out. Left strikes first, get to the left.
She's using Electrope to convert her body's ether!
In for bait. Stay out.
Out.
Sorry I waited because last time that debated us all. Thank you.
No problem.
Pairs first.
Double cannon.
Stay out. Stay out. Right strikes first later.
My friends return all to ash. Rowing my blade and drown my foes in cuts. You cannot outrun lightning.
Get to
Go
the
left,
left.
go
Get to the left. Get to the left. Right, strikes first, later.
Or whatever damage reduction for this.
I got that comes up pretty easily, so it should be okay.
Here comes the hard part. Stay out, stay out.
Down hard. They're back on their feet. What grit?
Right strikes
go
first,
right.
it's a knockback. Never mind.
How much percent was that?
0.7.
Like 2. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, Naomi, you ran into the most unlucky configuration. Remember that you have to look at the the forward right first. It's so unlikely for that specific configuration. I'm pretty sure I was at least in the right spot. But man, I don't think that was the only thing that went wrong. Considering how much death happened there. That's good at least that you got there in the end, Agent Monica.
This is nothing personal, but I must have your soul.
Wicked Thunder has returned to the ring.
If one needs wings, one needs simply make them.
She's great wings. Ha! How
Front.
wickedly divine.
Front and out. DPS baits. DPS baits out. Healers in a circle. Healers in a circle. Tanks in a donut. Ranged in a circle. Melees in a donut.
There is no
Cardinals.
limit to Electro's potential.
She's gathering ether, but to what end?
3 and 4. Three spreads. Clock spots.
How's this?
Spread positions.
Take this! Electrope has many uses. Watch and learn.
Oh, look at that massive
Right.
cannon. Her skills are as sharp as ever.
I'll erase you.
Swap. Pizza places.
I cannot die here. I have no choice but to surrender to Electrope.
Wicked Thunder is discharging vast amounts of ether!
One more. In for heals.
I will not fail.
Begats! Something is growing from her body!
One more. Get to see.
My body will hold. It must. Ah! Ah!
Now, our battle truly begins.
She's taken Electrope into her body and unleashed a new fellow soul!
In. 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 Right, strikes first. Get to the left. Get to the left. Get to the left.
She's using electric to convert her body's ether!
In for baits. Same angle. Stay out. Same angle. Stay out. Same angle. Stacks first.
Double cannon again.
Mm-hmm. Stay out. Left strikes first later.
My friends, return all to ash. Rowing my blade under all my foes and cuts. You cannot outrun lightning.
Get to the left. Left strikes first later. Out, 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 out.
Different ray arrow though.
But for how long?
Get to
Go
the right,
go
get to the right. Oh, kill the boss. Whatever.
Nice.
Just kill the boss.
And now the
It's
jump.
all over. Until next
I sacrificed myself for that tower.
That is worth it. But that shouldn't have been necessary.
I got stamped in the back admittedly.
Oh. Worth, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah, we got there in the end. We might still be able to get the Unreal Reclears if we go a little bit over time. But I don't think we'll get some UWU Prog tonight. even if we did, it would not be very valuable, I think. Loot. Let's see. Well, I'll just reiterate, as I've said before, that we will of course figure out what we do with the specific weapon. But if you look at the coffer and go, I don't actually know what like if I want any more weapons. Like if you can't picture like a specific weapon to have, then you know it's worth considering. Right? It's just worth considering that whether you even want something. I can understand the feeling of like, well, why am I here if I don't even want any loot? Well, it's just, you know, worth considering. Let's check it. We have a monk weapon.
Interesting.
Well, let's see here. Monks. It's Ham and Shaq are the only ones that are even remotely interested. So
I'm nowhere near leveling monks, so Ham can have it.
Okay. Is that good to you, Ham?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh wow, I rolled a 6.
Fantastic. Right. The rest there is the weapon coffer. I'm like thinking if I want a coffer, I would get like I don't know a healer weapon and then be like I'm good. But You know what? Nope. I'm just gonna pass. Congrats, Nomi. I'm realizing that like 99% of situations I'm like I would rather DPS or tank when it really comes to it, and I know enough healers that I would have to fight for the healer spot most of the time. So whatever. Naomi has a ridiculous amount of weapons, actually.
They'll be prepped to go as any role for the next Savage tier.
Well, that's not how that works, Sip. The moment the next Savage tier comes out, we will be buying crafted gear. Like, in fact...
weapon always, like, still slightly better, though, because it's 5 levels above now?
No, the crafted gear will be 740, Sip.
Oh, I've been...
do you know this?
Been lied to.
No, you haven't. You know this.
Well, depending on the price.
Oh, right. Well, we'll have I believe we will have like a week before Savage comes out while the crafted is there, and given that we'll probably start on a Saturday, we will have more days to like let them sit there and go down in price.
Oh yeah,
if everyone's good with it, we can still get Unreals in.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I know it's Sunday, so some are like, well, I have to get up tomorrow. But if we don't mess around, we go straight in. Mains galore, just get it done. Kill a cat, a different cat, not the one in a hat.
We can arrange both.
And then we have the retail.
Yeah, obviously, we kill the cat without a hat.
Really
His mistake, he didn't put a hat on. Also, that Talama, the new extreme weapons will likely be 745. But yeah, we got there in the end.
What's better, a 745
Very
weapon
nice.
or full pentamelt?
Oh, that's a good point, Persis. There is the possibility that the crafted healer weapons is like max piety or something weird like that.
Max piety, second stat, determination.
There is no turning back.
Oh yeah, the tenacity skill speed weapon. That would be pretty funny though, right?
Tenacity skill
For a
feed
healer as well.
Yeah, tenacity
for
skill speed.
paladin.
Yes, only the Light Party 1. Skill speed tenacity only on the paladin weapon. Exclusively.
The other tanks get crit direct hit.
Wasn't that a thing in Light Party 2 in the second raid tier in Endwalker? That specifically the paladin weapon had skill speed on it. I'm pretty sure.
Where's sweep?
Sweep is never in the first phase, it's only second.
I know.
I was talking about the tombstone weapons, Eldemar. Sorry, I could have been more specific there. Also, what's happening with that? Milo, what are you doing? Are you good?
They blew up. I watched it.
Oh. Did the
Yeah, but
red
it was
orbs run
wrong.
into each other?
Yep.
Oh, I thought it would have like a more visible explosion.
The explosion, not the... You get thrown up into the area is quite visible.
Oh, well, I meant like I had expected some sort of loud noise.
Here you go, Graham. So I don't forget to heal you. You can have a silent one, you Graham. Just so you don't die.
We...
We added the dead stat to a paladin weapon as a joke. Exactly, Jacob. I specifically
do a
remember
little
that that a lot of people would go with a like, what's happening now?
Just lots of raid bite damage, it's fine.
Okay. And some people would go with a relic sword, I think, just to avoid the speed, something weird like that. No, wait, it was the relic shield, because the weapon was worth it, because it, you know, the weapon had weapon damage.
Everyone's favorite stat.
All creation trembles before my might.
Augmented Lunar Envoy is dead crit. I'm pretty sure. No, the augmented weapon does not have have different stats. Can you check the other tome weapons? Isn't? I do remember there was a raid tier where this was a problem. I'm pretty sure.
I'm really looking forward to Dance Revolution instead of this.
Well, we
Oh,
can
yeah?
Dance Revolution if you want. You'd get your... I'd beat you though.
Hey, Ninetails. Hope you're doing well. Hey, Boobomet. Hope you're doing well as well. I'm pretty sure there was one of the tombstone weapons in Endwalker that had skill speed on it. The 660 ones had it, right. There it is then. The Polaris Point. You know, that's even meaner.
No more games.
Well, the 660 one is the one that, at least at the end of the expansion, will be changed to the relic.
Well, and when in the middle of a raid tier, the regular, like the second raid tier one, would also be replaced with a relic, because the tombstone ones will be worse.
But the first
Same
tier you
item
will
level.
not
Correct.
get a better relic, so
Correct.
at least it wasn't the first one.
I suppose that's a good point. Like, it could be worse, I guess, is the story we're going with.
Lightning Seer. Still yourself.
Light Body 1. Hey, Sally. Hope you're doing well. Sounds like you had a good time. Light Body 2.
No, you've been...
Remember the
Alright.
sweep afterwards and remember that he turns a bit. Sweep, watch out, he turned a bit. We've been alright, Sally, but we did spend over 2 hours on re-clearing M4S, so it has been quite an evening.
It was 2 hours and about 30 or 40 minutes.
What?
2 hours and 30 minutes.
Okay, well that's still over 2 hours.
Yeah.
Oh, careful with those orbs.
Yeah, we don't want to have another incident.
But we did it in the end. Because we're just that good. Right, everyone?
Definitely.
My wrist still hurts.
Oh.
From doing what?
Because I'm ill. I woke up in like lots of bodily pain.
How does your wrist hurting correlate with you being sick?
You ever like wake up one day after you're ill?
You know, I just remembered there's some... Well, I don't know what happened to Melo there, but I know that there's at least one person who's even more excited about DDR with Suzaku Unreal than, well, everyone else here, actually. What I mean by that is that I'm guessing that Naomi is the most excited of all of us. Considering how Byako has just never been nice to Naomi. Ever.
What happened was a dragon fire dive into the red line.
Oh, why are you doing that?
Because
MPH.
I forgot it was a gap closer.
APH, hope you're doing well. Oh, see, PH, I think a lot of people are excited for Suzaku Unreal because the thing is, while Byaku's incredibly convenient because he's not that hard, so it's mega chill to get your reward, a lot of people do this kind of content because they want to get challenged. So they're like, Byako might be a little too easy for some people. Is what I'm getting at.
I'm doing this because I want to have fun, and Byako just isn't fun.
Is it that? Oh boy. Is there a light party one?
Should be enough.
Is there a light party
two?
too?
Two should be enough.
A light party
Worst case,
too?
we don't need a light party to invuln.
I can get killed 'cause I
Sweep,
have
sweep, 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 sweep.
Oh dang it. I just invulns in case there's no light party 2. So I can't cheese the ball.
Apparently I didn't pay attention to the blue cycle AoE that was coming towards me. I didn't see it.
Oh.
It blended too well into the ground.
Hey Kylan, hope you're doing well. 112 totems from EX3. Wow. That's a lot of ice bridges. But yeah, I also understand, PH, that it can be nice there, especially if you have to contend with, like, I don't know, party finder memes. That it's nice that the boss is really easy, so that it isn't too bad if there's like some memers in the lineup, so to speak.
Yeah, we're looking at Graham over here.
Huh?
Huh?
You heard me.
I'm not taking that
I
from
actually didn't hear
from
you. You're not taking what?
I'm not taking getting called the memer from Zip.
Oh.
Why?
Zip. You know what you did.
And what you're going to do.
Oh, whoops, guys. I figured out why my heals are so weak. That's weird.
Nah, nothing's broken today, so that's fine.
Today, the problem is, Sip, that you do that once, and now you're the memer. Sally says, are we still on YouTube recommended bitrate? We're slightly above the one that they recommend, but we're still within a margin where YouTube has not said a word. Like, it's just large enough that they're like, it's pretty good. But I've also changed a few other settings. Do you have something to add to this? Alright, Taldemar, good night, and thank you for hanging out. And good luck, Gaiden. You seem to not like the ball phase with your burst. That can happen sometimes. I've seen that happen with 25,000 bitrate as well. Which is what I usually go with, which is, you know, extreme excess, you could say.
Graham, you're gonna get me a fox so I can get my chimpanzee.
No, you don't get a fox.
You're only getting a sword. Take it or leave it.
Yes.
No, actually, just take it.
I'll leave it. Just could you you ask politely?
Take it and don't leave.
Oh. Well, it looks like... let's see... Let's try that one. No, there was no fox. Oh well. Yeah, exactly, Sally. I mean, that can happen
That's
sometimes.
That's a
Haha,
blade.
Yes. Yes, I'm... Can you give me like 2 seconds to buy something?
Talon says, you guys going to be doing a chaotic party anytime soon? Would love to help out. We did the one that I did a highlight video about a couple of weeks ago. I don't know if we're going to do any more than that. It's simply too hard for me to scrounge up like a group of 24 people that are like all like capable of chaotic and also willing at a time that works for everyone. It's simply too hard, so I don't think I will. It's fine, silly. Like, sometimes it just chooses to be angry like that. Sometimes it doesn't. I don't know if it's normal.
Oh.
But, I feel like the thing is, like, I'm testing different things. And it's good to know. So thank you.
Thank you, Graham. Your denial gave me a fox. For that, I shall
Thank you, Erido.
Bow to you.
Yeah, that's also possible, Silly. But here's the thing, Silly. You have a better chance of knowing than me. Let's just say that. You have a much higher chance of knowing than me.
I also made sure to get the swords as well, so I'm ready.
That's also what we ran into on the Walk and Talk stream, was that I think the only person that really mentioned something being off was my brother, and he came in, probably set the stream to maximum quality possible, and sat there looking for errors. Like, that was exactly what he did. And the reason why he would do so and no one else is because he's helping me with this whole thing. So he was like, he's in on it. But that's the difference between, you know, you could say like a customer coming in and going, something's changed, and like an inspector coming in and going, something's changed. And he knew, but he was looking for it. So it's very helpful for me to know whether the ones that are not actively looking for the changes, if they don't notice. That would be, you know, that would be best if no one notices, but it's ultimately probably not going to be as perfect as we did with the higher bitrate. Like, it's probably going to be not as perfect, just at the end of the day. So, like, I'm trying to look for how I can set my settings so that it looks as good as I can. And then we hope that's good enough. Light Party 1. Light Party 2. Yeah, that's the worst, PH. I'm pretty sure back when I did some Unreal back in Shiva Unreal years ago, when the thing was new, I don't think I ever found a fox. But I don't even remember if there ever was a fox that I missed. But that also explains why I had such a ridiculously low amount of points, like leaves, even though I had done it previously.
Oh, I overcut my Lily. Oopsie.
Oopsie.
Numbers within the presence of fine.
Yeah, that sounds about right, Silly. That as long as people can see what's happening, and it's not like, you know, wow, 5 pixels are moving, then it's probably fine.
I'm always
People seething in silence. See, for me, the thing that would make it a little bit more awkward is that sometimes I use some stream footage for a video, like something like perfect for a video happens on a stream. And if the stream footage then is just completely balked because of it just completely pixelating, then I can't use it. Unless I recorded it. And let's just say that I only hold stream footage for so long, if I hold it at all. Sometimes I don't. So... you don't normally locally record. When I was on Chainsaw, I didn't locally record because it barely has the the capacity to Final Fantasy 14 at high quality, high graphic settings, and stream, and also be stable about it. So I don't ask more of it than that. This PC has the capacity to do everything. If it can't, then there's something wrong with the PC, simple as. So I am actually recording this, but there's a very high probability I'll just dump it out really quickly if I don't see something that I'm like, oh, I need this. Exactly, because it's quite a lot of space to hold all that. Yeah, exactly. I mean, I'm pretty sure what would have happened at worst is that the chainsaw would simply just, you know, not be capable of doing all that, and things would start to throttle somewhere. It's relatively stable.
Can I
most of the time.
I want to
What?
cut down a tree.
No.
You have to play machinist for that.
Yep. My chainsaw doesn't cut down trees. I have a regular saw, but that's more for planks, I think.
Though machinist chainsaw is also more like a buzz saw.
Yeah, now that you mention it, that's a good point.
It's chainsaw because they do two in back to back.
Now the second one isn't a saw, that's the excavator. Also a buzz saw, but we don't talk about machinist naming conventions for weapons.
Okay, I just realized something relatively mildly funny here. I was thinking maybe I could early burst pot in in this phase, but my burst pot got ready. Yeah, exactly. Wait a minute, I can't. Light buddy 1. Light buddy 1. Light buddy 2.
Oh, I've got to use my Dia.
You would need to very early burst.
Sweep.
You would also need to early burst pot the first one to get an early second one. And you will still lose 1 GCD between both of the pots.
Oh, that means I have to get the ball.
Just be main
Does
tank.
it?
Main tanks
I'm-
never get the circle too. Oh, annoying.
I can't torpedo you, it's okay. You can arrange a torpedo session.
Which curses, Biako?
Just two of them.
Just two of them.
Perhaps even the same twice.
I have it. You're twice cursed with bad luck on M4S. Haha.
Only twice? I take those.
The problem is that he's cursed us twice every week.
Oh,
That's
just
why
been
it's getting so
stacking till now.
bad. Matthew says retroactive curse. Yeah, exactly. Maybe he's just cursing us for next week? And then they've just accumulated when they miss. Where have you been trying out Black Mage, Yannick? Hopefully not in deep dungeons.
Oh, that sounds like pain.
That's fun.
Sweep, sweep, cleave, sweep. That moment when the tank jumps in front of the line AoE just to show off. At least quick access to level 60. I suppose so. I'm just saying that I'm pretty sure, like, even if the consensus is that Astrologian is the hardest job to solo Palace of the Dead with, I still feel like it's relatively likely that Black Mage is the most painful to do it. Uh-oh. Light Party 1?
Okay.
Ow!
There we go, good light fight too.
Light Party 2?
That's not bad. Fine.
Sweep, sweep, sweepy, sweep. Sweepity, 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 sweep, sweep, sweep.
I like being second most in aggro, makes me feel special.
Yeah. You're not second most in aggro anymore.
2 seconds to glory.
Generally, I don't do the provoke into Shirk here, but just because you mentioned it.
Yes, I saw it. Like, whoa. Oh, okay. I can also say, the reason why I shirk so late on M4S is because if you provoke, like, optimally, if I were to choose, you provoke, like, right as she dashes over to, like, bring out her cannon. Because I need to have her targeted before she starts leaning, because I need to be able to perfectly see whether she's turning left or right. And if I shirk you, then I have to untarget her for a millisecond. So I'm just not going to. So if you and on other times, I'm too caught up in other stuff to just shirk you, and then I just don't notice that you provoked. So that's when I remember.
Oh, there's a reason why I use the Shirk macro.
Oh, sure. The reason why I don't is because I need it to go through when I click it. If it doesn't go through, I might not even notice. So it has to be not a macro.
For the first lockout today, I also always forgot to do the instant Shirk when she jumps to north. And only did this instant provoke, and only did the second provoke somewhere during the cannons. But hanging out during the cannons on, like, I don't know if you might overtake me in threat entity, whatever, with one lucky direct crit is scary.
All you have to do if you're scared is just say, "Hey, shirk," I'll just do it. You just have to say it. I'll do it.
Talking.
Ugh. Ugh, talking. Ugh. Bleak. I could imagine that Black Mage in Palace of the Dead solo would feel absolutely horrible. Congratulations, you have Fire 4. Good luck with getting to use it. Also, Nosrel, hope you're doing well.
Alright.
Yeah, level...
Killer Fox.
I would say... just Black Mage in general? Sub 35 feels horrible. Like, it's terrible, but I'm sure that if you have never tasted anything above that, you might just go, it's fine. I don't mind it that much. Like, if I go as Black Mage and land at a super low level dungeon, I'll be like, okay. And if and then level 35 and beyond, it's like then you get Firestarter, and that's it's okay, but it's very awkward. And Fire 4 is nice, but then the level range where you have Foul but it has a cast time is really awkward because it feels like a rotation where overall there is some structure to it, and then they just go like, by the way, you have to cast this about every 30 seconds. It doesn't do anything. It does damage, but it doesn't do anything for you. It's nowhere near this, but by the way, get out your bingo cards, but it's a perfect comparison.
That just accidentally melts spell speed instead of scale speed onto my monk weapons.
That's hilarious. And yeah, you did.
No, I didn't. You can't prove.
I can, actually. It says
dang
right
it.
here in the chat. In World of Warcraft Legion, there was a Fire Mage legendary item that basically said that when you cast certain spells, you could get a buff that made it so your next Pyroblast that you hard casted, this is important, did like 4 times as much damage. Absolutely insane. Now, that's completely that doesn't make any sense for anyone that doesn't know that this Fire Mage. But the way Fire Mage works in World of Warcraft is that whenever you get a critical hit as Fire Mage, you get an effect that I think is like heating up. If you get 2 crits in a row, you get a buff called Hot Streak that makes your next Pyroblast instant. And Pyroblast normally has like a 4-second cast time. A long time ago, it was actually 8 seconds. And the only realistic way to use it was to use it like we use Rainbow Drip, like to pull with. Or you used Presence of Mind, which made your next spell instant. Like there's a build to do that for PvP. Crowd control someone, hard cast Pyroblast into an instant Pyroblast, insta-kill them. Very fun. But it was like 4 seconds in Legion. But casting for 4 seconds is an eternity in a game with a 1.5 second GCD. You can probably imagine. That's how Foul feels when it isn't instant. Just every 30 seconds you get an effect that says you have to cast this thing. And like it's not like it's an option, it's like you kinda have to. And yeah, indeed, Nosreld. The Blue Dress. Oh, that's a good song. I believe it's called Big Blue Dress. It's a very nice song here, and it should be on YouTube. Very good. But it is funny with Foul, because consider everyone, remember, very important, in Stormblood, where Foul was made an action that exists in the game, you didn't have that thing to look forward to that, oh, well, later it'll be instant. It just was like that. And if memory serves, in Stormblood, when was it that Astral Fire was extended to 15 seconds? Was that in... That was in Shadowbringers. Before Shadowbringers, you only had 13 seconds in your Astral Fire. So, like, you kinda needed some spell speed to get those Fire Falls out. You're not going to be using time of that, like, using that time to cast Foul. So it was like, when you're in Ice mode, you know, Foul was one of the things you could do. But you probably wouldn't do it in your Fire mode. Soroth says Black Mage below 100 feels awful to me. I don't think it's too bad, but I will say that I can feel the things that it is missing below level 100. But part of the reason for that, and this is mildly relevant because, well, I guess there's a few weeks until then, but I have had to go through Mental Roulette as Black Mage again, and this GCD, where it is it's a flat 2-5 if you get synced down at all. So 0 spell speed Black Mage does not make me happy at low level. And part of the thing, like part of what makes it work at max level is this. You might be saying, Flare Star? No. The 4th line, where they decided that Despair is only instant at level 100. Hey Perrin, hope you're doing well. Black Mage above level 16 feels awful to me, says Tasha, but Black Mage only. You don't want Fire 2? That is actually an interesting point, Bubomet. It says, it's amazing to see that Black Mage gets more traits from 71 to 100 than from 1 to 70. There are some funny things in with some jobs in Final Fantasy XIV. Some of the funny ones that, like, and part of the reason why I even look for these is, of course, for fun facts, right? Is check this out. Black Mage has 1 unassignable action. 1. Wow! Whoa, that's a lot, Viper. What's happening here? You have more unassignable actions than you have assignable actions. Like, you have this that you can put in your hotbars. Like, you have like 3 extra rows for your unassignables.
Does Viper have more unassignable actions when Black Mage assignable?
Oh, that's a good question. It's a little harder to see because of the way it's all configured, but I'm pretty sure Black Mage has more assignables than Viper has unassignables. Pixomancer has less. Yeah, it looks to have less unassignables than Viper. Summoner is also pretty funny in this. Because it like, I'm pretty sure it gives Viper a run for its money on this. Yannick says, it felt really bad that fire does not turn into Fire 3 when Firestarter hits. Let me put it like this, Yannick. This one is probably pretty hard to like envision if you have never played the game on like a really high latency, but let's just say that if it did that, it would probably feel even worse. That's also the reason why when I made a video suggesting fixes for Black Mage at level 50, my suggestion was, can we just be able to hold 2? If you could just be able to hold 2 fire starters, then it would be fine. Then it wouldn't be like, then you could accidentally fire 1 an extra time and it'd be okay. Nozarel says 27 unassignables for Viper, 9 rows of 3, and 27 assignable actions for Black Mage, 9 rows of 3. Is it that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Well, there's some of them that replace each other, right? No, wait, there's Thunder 1 and Thunder 2 that get replaced, and Fire 2 and Blizzard 2 that gets replaced. And Thunder 4 and Thunder 3 also gets replaced, so that would be 2 rows minus. You use the other display. Oh, yeah, that does make things easier. Fire 1 for life can't beat the arena. I will say something that I find a little amusing about Black Mage is that I believe Thunder 1, Thunder 3, Fire 1, Fire 2, and Flare Star all have one thing in common. Thunder 1, Thunder 3, Fire 1, Fire 2, and Flare Star has one thing in common that all the other Black Mage spells don't have. Which is that they throw a projectile at the enemy instead of just summoning the attack on the enemy. Which I find pretty funny. Gage says, I'm so glad the French translation of the game changed that spell numbering. You know, I get that. The thing that makes it awkward for Black Mage is that Fire 1, 2, 3, and 4 and Blizzard 1, 2, 3, and 4 are not upgrades of each other. Nozarel says that's true for all of the casters now. What is true? That they don't have a lot of things they throw as projectiles? What do you mean? Oh, that's unfortunate, Yannick. Lost a white mage run today, died to trying to landmine 2 mimics on 171. That is, by the way, that is very bold. That half of their attacks are projectiles and half explode on the target. Welcome back, Chili Taters. We at least managed to re-clear stuff, but we didn't get any UWU Prog. I don't know, Nozarel. I feel like a lot of them, it's like, with all of the healers, it's... it starts to get a little confusing sometimes, because do we count the healing? You might go, well, healing doesn't count, but I mean... Sage has projectile heals. Nozarel says half of the attacks are projectiles and half explode on target. Weirdly important for FRU since the boss disappears so quick. That's not that important, Nozarel, because what ultimately matters isn't whether it's a projectile. It matters when the... what's it called? Damage timing? Damage time? Is... Like, that's ultimately what matters. When in the animation that the damage is applied. Prepare event into damage application event. Yeah, so I guess the damage application event is what we're thinking about. And the reason why that is quote-unquote unrelated to there being a projectile is that some non-projectiles take a billion years to actually resolve on the enemy.
Looking at you, Comet in black.
Yes. The attack that one is almost like, that's almost like a projectile. It's just shot from somewhere else. That one is also pretty funny, PH. But I will say, a lot of the things with Red Mage were a case of it made sense at some point. Like, walk with me here. I'm sure, I don't know if Cat has already scooped or whatever, but maybe Cat will appreciate some love for OG Red Mage. Originally, Red Mage's toolkit, quote unquote, made more sense. No, I think the corpse disappeared, but they were a corpse. Originally, the Arrow and Thunder 2 didn't exist. In Stormblood, Scatter was a fast spell and was the AoE button. That might sound ridiculous because, like, well, what do you dual cast? Also Scatter. Like, you just went scatter on AoE. But in Stormblood, AoE was a bit different. I might, like, it's a long time ago, but, like, looking at the numbers, just looking at the numbers, what usually seems to align is, like, if we focus on, like, the filler, at least, physical jobs had a lot more capacity to, like, AoE burst. But like I'm saying, if we focus on the filler, physical jobs had better AoE burst. That might sound like, well, filler isn't burst, but physical jobs could only burst until their TP bar was empty. So, like, AoE was like, 10 GCDs, and then you're kind of done. So hopefully the mobs are dead by then. And if they are, then there's actually a reasonable possibility that you might not be fully recovered for the next AoE pull. So basically, physical jobs bursted a little bit harder on the AoE, but they could run out. If you look at the potencies of things like Flare in Stormblood, or even before Stormblood, Flare's potency, like, I mean, you still have Astral Fire, but Flare's potency wasn't super impressive. But because you're a black mage, your AoE spells were infinitely accessible. Like, it was just like, you could burst a little harder, but because it was Stormblood, if you cast Flare, you would have to transpose into Umbral Ice and wait for an MP tick, because your spells were not free. So you just kind of had to stand there like a lemon. If I remember correctly. Or maybe I remember that wrong. I'm pretty sure that if you went completely dry, you couldn't actually cast the other element either. But it's been a long time, and I'm willing to assume that I'm wrong there. That you could go Flare into ice.
Worst case, you could have also run here Ether.
Yes.
To fortify your AoE.
True. But point being that while it took longer to apply the damage, Black Mage could AoE until they were done. Flare was 260, potency with a weird tiered fall-off damage. Oh, right! I remember that. Here's a fun fact. So, it might not come as a huge shock considering, like, mathematician guy, but I always have a specific spreadsheet open for basically everything that I do. Like, I have that's where I have, like, the weekly things I need to do in Final Fantasy XIV. I have, like, various calculations. Like, I have a little corner where I have, like, calculated the optimized HP thresholds for the different potions, which can be relevant for Palace of the Dead, for instance. Or low-level dungeons. I have, like, random overviews of like what gear I have on the different jobs so that I can remember more easily. That spreadsheet is called Red Mage Notes. Because the first thing I calculated on Final Fantasy XIV was on how many targets is it better to use Moulinet, because in Stormblood, Moulinet didn't lead to something. It was just, it cost it cost mana of both types, and when you had done it, that was it. You could spam as much as you wanted. But in that whole thing, another thing that I remember I calculated on was I looked at the potency of Flare and recognized that Fire 2 did more potency on every target than Flare did on the 7th target and beyond, I believe. Because the way it worked, like AoE worked back then, was absolutely ludicrous. It was like, this is the potency it does. On the 2nd target, it does 85% of that. On the 3rd target, it does 70% of that. On the 4th target, it does 55% of that. On the 5th target, it does 40% of that. On the 6th target and beyond, it does 30% of that. Like, it just went way down. And 30% of that, I'm pretty sure that I had found an estimate that either that Fire 2 was better at a specific target count, but that was also including that Fire 2 had a shorter cast time. So everything it was not chain lightning. Like, just to be clear, it was not quite like that. And the way that it worked was that if we say that the attack did 100 potency, then the 2nd target it did 85, the 3rd it did 70, the 4th it did 55, and then 40, and then it would say like on all subsequent targets it is 30. Chain lightning, if memory serves, is usually that it goes X, then X equals damage, right? And then Y for 2nd target equals X times some number, and then Z for the 3rd target equals Y times that same number. Yeah, this is basically a Xi that is toppled over, and you just go down from there until you hit all the targets. So like each subsequent target is like specifically like bringing over like the remainder of the from the previous one. That's nice, Yannick. Nazarul says, I feel like this is my parents telling me I'm adopted. Chat, you're always next to my... Well, here's the thing. It's more like both my spreadsheet and Final Fantasy... well, not Final Fantasy, the live stream chat is in the same browser. But, like, I flip between the windows. Cat says, but you had the trait Enhanced Scatter to increase the mana gain from Scatter. That's true. There's also the part that something that is worth considering is that from Shadowbringers to Endwalker, there was a whole overhaul to the mana from Red Mage because they reduced the cost of a melee combo to 50 from 80. So they nerfed the single target mana generation by about 3/8. Essentially maintaining it at about the same. But yeah, to get back to what I was originally saying, that Red Mage used to be like pretty nice and made sense, is that the level 2 spells didn't exist. And in Stormblood, the level 3 spells didn't exist. The only level 2 spell that existed in Stormblood was that Jolt turned into Jolt 2. And then at level 66, you unlocked a trait that made it so that when you cast Jolt 2, you had a 100% chance of becoming impact ready. I can't remember if it was called impact ready or impactful. Given that it was Stormblood, I'm guessing it was called impact ready. But the impact basically was a fast spell that did the same damage as the fire and the stone. So the general game plan of Red Mage on filler was that you used Jolt into Thunder or Arrow, then you used Fire or Stone into Thunder or Arrow, and you would just keep using those either until you stopped getting procs or until the impact ready was running out. And usually, because, you know, random is as random be, you would probably get to impact eventually. Effectively, what it did was that, at worst, your luck would, like, at the worst possible luck, you would only have to Jolt, like, start every second filler set with Jolt. At best, you didn't have to do it very often. But at worst, only every other one. Because you could Jolt and then Impact and then Jolt and then Impact. This is when they tried to make interesting sounding buffs. Was it really? I'm pretty sure that it was Endwalker when they went and did a whole overhaul of a whole bunch of ready buffs they decided to change into something else. That's the reason why I was assuming that they didn't call it something interesting in Stormblood. But I mean, when it's a new job, it only makes sense that you call it something interesting. Other way around? What do you mean, Sally? And what was when they started calling things X ready? Let me see if I can find an example. It has to be something that was from Shadowbringers, come to think of it. Something that was added in Shadowbringers. I'm pretty sure that Endwalker had a bunch of them. Let's see. Tilana in Endwalker was added. It says Flourishing Finish is what enables it. Starfall Dance was added in Endwalker. It relies on Flourishing Starfall. I believe in Japanese they're called Starfall Ready and Tilana Ready or something similar. And you usually have like those, which is their equivalent of quotations. Aside from that, I don't remember too many. I think the thing that makes me think Endwalker was like that is because in Endwalker they added a lot more of these kinds of buffs, it feels like, that are like enabling things. Like exactly how how Paladin eventually got Confetti already and things like that. High jump ready? Why would you have high jump ready? You mean dive ready? Guys Girl had one that said Nathrond ready. I'm pretty sure. Well, I mean, Nathrond ready was more like something in Dawntrail, because before Dawntrail, the way it worked is that Dragoon would enter Life of the Dragon, and Nathrond would just have a 10-second cooldown and only be available during Life of the Dragon. So like it naturally came about that Nathrond was ready. It's the same thing with Stardive, actually, that it never needed a ready buff, because it just said you can only use it when you have Life of the Dragon, and its cooldown is longer than Life of the Dragon, so you only get one. Similar to how I believe Summoners in Kindles work. Yeah, they have a longer they have a cooldown that is either longer or equal to the effect itself, so you only get one.
Black Mage's Retrace.
Yes.
Funniest, because that can actually come up if you
that can
lay
be a
lines
problem.
back to back.
Yeah, it's very clear that giving them 2 charges wasn't part of the original plan. And it's actually pretty funny. Before Endwalker, not Black Mage, Summoner had, I believe, an Enkindle Bahamut at the start and end. Same with Phoenix. Because I believe the cooldown on them was like something weird, like 13 seconds, if I remember correctly. So, and the duration was 20. So you had just enough time that you could do twice. One at the start and one at the end. Yeah, I think maybe the real revelation here is that. All right, thank you, Shaq. The real revelation is that they've kind of always been in this thing where they're like, well, here it makes more sense for it to just be called X already, and here it makes more sense to like use some fancy name. It's not exactly the same, but it's somewhat reminiscent of how in for instance my Mythbuster videos, that sometimes I really have to work to make like one of those myths, because the statement has often kind of has to be either true or false, right? And sometimes it's just easier to say, I'll just write it like this, and then approach it from a different point of view. And then exactly like that is that sometimes it's just easier to say it's just called Hamburg already, and then that's that. kind of comes back to why some people lose gauge. Yeah, it's true. Oh yeah, that's true. That was what we were talking about earlier. That why is it that some jobs lose their gauge and others don't? And I think it was Jacob that said, yeah, you lose your gauge but not your stacks, quote unquote. As in, if Dark Knight has Dark Arts and they die, do they keep Dark Arts through death?
Good question.
Does Gunbreaker lose their cartridges when they die?
I think Gunbreaker keeps the cartridges, but I'm not 100% on that right now.
That is pretty wacky. If
Pictomancer keeps their Medine progress, but Summoner loses their Elder Primals progress, or whatever you want to call it.
Yeah, that is weird. It's actually, that one is really weird because it's also really awkward to justify. On the one hand, it is you could call it a net gain for them to reset their their Bahamut to get Solar again if they die, because Solar is better. So by resetting, that's technically a gain. But if you die in the so that you now have Solar on the odd, that can be really awkward. Hey Bondi, hope you're doing well. How about this, Bondi? The reason why we're trying to look for a consistency here is that if there is no logical connection, then it makes sense to say it's probably because the code is weird. But if they're consistent about it, as in every time you have a gauge that fills from 0 to 100, then it gets cleaned when you die, which happens to be the case for Beast Gauge, Oath Gauge, Pallet Gauge.
Does Blood Gauge drain?
I believe so. Dark Arts was lost. Okay. But on the other hand, certain other stacks, like I think Sage keeps their Adder Skull, Scholar keeps their Ether Flow, I believe, like things like that, then there is some sort of consistency, even if it's weird. And the moment there is some consistency, it immediately stops being, oh, it's just the code that sucks, and then you sound like a poop head, I guess, for suggesting that, just like that you just so have zero faith in anything. Like, try and look positive on it. Believe in the bit, like believe in the developers just a little bit. Sage doesn't keep Adder Skull, but gains it while dead. Wait, what?
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 Now that's all kinds of wrong.
So if you are a Sage, you
not
don't
be.
you have 3 Adder Skull, you die, you go down to 0, but the bar still fills, so you gain them while you're dead, so you can regain them? Is that what you're saying, Matthew? What? Huh? You know what? If that's the case, then okay. Then I'll say okay. It's probably there's some weird code at least. I'd imagine Shaq would know, but Shaq just left.
I think God is testing it and he's saying you do gain it.
No, I'm saying if you have 3 Adder Skull and then you die, do you then go down to 0? And then the bar just keeps filling? You do go down to 0 but gain while dead. Huh? That... You know what? That's so absolutely ludicrous that I've turned all 360 degrees and I've come back around, Bondi. Maybe you're right. Maybe there is something with the code just sucks. Like what? I'll say Chief Hunter and Joshua. Hope you're doing well. Joshua says if that were the case, should lilies work the same way? I don't know. Because lilies don't work exactly the same as Adderskull. Adderskull, you start with 3, and they charge while not in combat. Lilies, you start with 0, and they only charge while in combat. I guess you could give the argument that if you're dead, you're technically not in combat. Or what? Anything else to test?
I think so, honestly, because if you die, you reset aggro as well. So probably during you being dead, you aren't in combat.
Lilies are weird, you lose them all, but the second you start the raise animation, they start generating. That's weird. I don't know, Cat. But it is certainly weird. I would also say that something like Oath Gauge is a lot meaner that you lose that. I would also say that Adderskull and Aetherflow going poof if you die is insanely mean. But yeah, I don't know what else there would be to test, Cat. If you jump off an arena as a Sage, you lose all Adderskull and you can see the bar starting to refill as you're falling. Like, the reason why, specifically the Sage thing, makes me go, okay, yeah, then the code probably sucks, is because if the gauge continues to fill while you're dead, then what was the point in clearing it? You know?
Make a point.
It would be like if your MP went to 0, but for some reason your corpse generates MP.
Dark Knight would appreciate.
They'd probably prefer that they just didn't lose their MP. It certainly has the effect where some jobs are much more heavily punished for dying than others. Like, just between the tanks, I would say that the least punished of all the tanks is Warrior.
Depends on the timing and the rotation, I'd say.
If you die as Paladin and then get rest, do you have enough MP for a burst at that very moment? No.
No, you need to do 3 GCDs and then you can always burst. Because of the MP you restore in your burst with the Atonement combo.
Okay, that still means that Warrior is in a better position than Paladin.
Yes, but
because Warrior also needs 3 GCDs, but they don't lose Bloodwetting.
Yeah, but if you don't have a burst come up in the next 3 GCDs as Paladin, you basically don't lose anything.
You lose your Oath Gauge.
Yeah,
that was my point. That was why I said Warrior is in a better spot. Because they don't lose Bloodwetting.
But Warrior will not be generating Beast Gauge for that time.
That's true. But they generate enough Beast Gauge that hardly hurts. That's also the part that optimal, like if a warrior goes into their burst under the optimal circumstances, then a non-inner release fell cleave will not be part of the menu. It will in a like gem draft situation, but not in a raid buff window.
Well, but isn't the downtime of Warrior stronger than downtime of Paladin? Your filler. You lose filler time, and your filler time is more important than Paladin's.
Is it though?
I would have assumed so, considering Paladin has the 25% burst button.
You are aware that inner release is more like a 75 or so % burst button, right?
Huh. In a way. Which tank does burst doesn't burst the least strong?
The least strong?
Yes.
Gonna go out on a limb here. Check some statistics. And determine that Warrior probably bursts the weakest.
Yeah, so if we assume the tanks are pretty balanced, Warrior should in return have the strongest filler.
Not necessarily. It's perfectly possible Warrior is just the weakest in general. But sure, yes, getting more fill cleaves, getting more inner chaos, etc. is nice.
Oh, another thing with Paladin dying, if you have Atonement stacks or Divine Might, you also lose that, so Paladin dying can be pretty annoying. You don't just lose Oath Gauge, you lose progress and basically 3 combos.
I don't know. I would say that Warrior is probably one of the jobs that suffer the least from dying. It also helps that, just among the tanks, if you res a Dark Knight, they get back on their feet. If you don't heal them, then they're probably just going to splat on the floor again if they taunt. Unless they taunt with Shadowed Vigil, but that's assuming they don't need that for something else. Gunbreaker can, pull with, can provoke with Heart of Corundum and have some healing.
And then Aurora for some sustain.
Yeah, for a little bit. Paladin probably does not want to start to get up and then cast Clemency.
Yeah, you can barely cast Clemency when you get up.
Yeah. But you probably don't want to do that.
Provoke into Clemency is not a nice thing to do.
No. Meanwhile, Warrior, in your average situation, there's of course the possibility that those things are on cooldown because the Warrior probably didn't just go, well, guess I'll die then. They probably try to fight it, right? But if they are not on cooldown, the Warrior gets up, clicks Thrill of Battle and Equilibrium and immediately provokes. I've done that many times. Just boom boom, pull. Just go. Yeah. And then also Bloodwitting.
The only thing Dark Knight could
we have Benediction at home.
Yeah. Dark Knight could pray they have Carve and Spit or Abyssal Drain. for a little bit of extra MP so they can taunt into TVN.
True.
But that's more praying than having a plan.
Yeah. So, my point being that Warrior has a very nice toolkit for getting back up, and they're not too impacted by dying. There's also the part that if you're not in the middle of a burst as you die, then you can probably go, oh no, as my final act, take these 50 beast gauge in your face, fell cleave, and then you're not losing that much. Whereas a paladin who suddenly realizes they're dying will be like, atonement. Like it will take like 3 GCDs to shove all the good stuff they might have stockpiled out the door. You know it's bad when the tank of the darkness starts looking for divine intervention for answers. And that's true, Chief. I still think it's weird. Like, basically what I'm getting at with why the Sage thing is ridiculous is that I would say that it's trying to, like, have a cake and eat, like, have the cake and eat it too, right? It's clearing your gauge, but not turning off the faucet, right? That doesn't work. Like, if you lie there dead for a full minute, then it clearing the slate, just going, nope, now you have 0, doesn't mean anything, because you recovered it all while you were dead. So if it's going to continue generating, why clear it? That's why it's weird. That's why I'm like, that's stupid. Chief says Gunbreaker arguably loses the most because they lose cartridges. It's hard to say.
That depends on if your 1 minute burst is coming up, if you have enough time after getting up to generate 1 cartridge or 2 cartridge, what skill speed you're running.
I
the
would
moon
say
phase.
I would say that Gunbreaker probably is the one that loses the most among the tanks,
They have
because
the highest chance to lose a lot.
yeah, and also because of how strict the rotation is when you really think about it. Like, if a paladin is dead for an extended period of time, the first thing you'll run into that you're losing is if you had, like, some stage of atonement in the bank, or you had Divine Might. Like, those are the ones that go gone immediately, and your combo resets. The next thing you lose is that Expiation and Circle of Scorn will start to sit there. And then the next thing will be that Imperator and Fight or Flight will sit there. But now you've peaked. Now it can't get any worse. Right? For the rest, you're basically just losing the same as everyone does, is that, well, I can't really my filler, right? Oh yeah, right, the Oath Gauge, true, that's true, Zip-Up. You also lose your Oath Gauge. And that one also goes immediately when you die. And your MP. For Dark Knight, you lose your MP and your Blood Gauge and your Dark Arts, if you had one. And then it takes a minute before you would, like, run into Calvin's Spit and Delirium, like, starting to slide. Takes, like, an additional 30 seconds before Salted Earth starts to slide. And then an additional 30 seconds before leaving Shadow and Shadowbringer starts to slide. But most of it is, like, gone. And Warriors, you know, they lose their Beast Gauge, and then, like, it takes a while to get their Infuriates, and Upheaval will come around pretty quickly. And in a release. But Gunbreaker, I would say, is also the one that is the fastest impacted by and annoyed by the fact that they're dead at an awkward time. If a Paladin is dead and Expiation and Circle of Scorn is suddenly ready, the worst that can happen is that you have to choose between holding them for 5 seconds or just letting them rip, like to align with Fight or Flight. The rest of your rotation kind of just figures itself out. If Gunbreaker comes up and Gnashing Fang is ready now at an awkward time relative to No Mercy, then you just just have to eat it. Just big oof. And it's like significantly more stuff than Expiation and Circle of Scorn. And it's not like Gunbreaker also has Blasting Zone. Nosrel says there's something to argue that Dark Knight and Paladin are worse in the absolute longest term because they're the only ones that can come back with less available than in the opener of the fight. I would say, based on the fact that Ham says that it takes 3 GCDs for Paladin to be fine to burst after death, I don't know if that's really a big concern for Paladin because their opener would usually be 3 GCDs anyway into burst. But Dark Knight certainly is hurt.
In the worst case, Paladin just performs the opener after getting up. You might have to Atonement combo before, or mix the Atonement combo into the Blades combo, but that does not affect your damage.
Let me put it like this. If I was Paladin, and I got up, let's say that raid buffs are already aligned, and I got up exactly as Fight or Flight and Imperator came off cooldown, I would say that there would be an argument for going just Fast Blade, Fight or Flight, Imperator, because then you can just go Riot Blade, and if it's 3G, if it takes 3 GCDs to get enough MP.
The problem is it also takes your the Atonement combo.
Oh, okay.
Okay. That's
then
why
I
you
can
want
see the
the 3
problem.
GCDs.
Right, you want 3 GCDs and also the Atonement combo.
Yeah.
I take it that you then have the Atonement combo.
Burst.
Well, I mean, a lot of the time you do that at the end, right?
That depends on the fight.
Sure. It depends on whether the
half of
rangedness of the other parts is helpful.
Yeah, half of the M4S bursts, you don't do strict first Blades combo, then Atonement combo, then Divine Might.
Fair enough. Such chaos. Such chaos. Yeah, that just goes to show, I guess, is the real conclusion is that you thought getting 2 minutes where you do approximately 25% less damage was bad. How about all the other stuff you lost? Like, honestly, when I get back up, the thing that hurts the most is not the weakness debuff. It's the fact that my rotation is ruined.
It's not just the general rotation, it's the fight-specific rotation you've been doing and relying on the muscle memory of after which GCD to dash and stuff. It's well, that goes out the window.
Do you want to know in how much pain I am if I slightly mistime my Holy Spirit on M4S? Because my GCD is half a second off. I have eaten damage downs because of that.
Oh boy. I can say that I noticed just today with the amount of pulls we had that I started going, why is it that sometimes I'm in the middle of filler combo stuff when the tank buster in phase 1 is coming at me, and other times I'm in the middle of using Primal Rend and Primal Ruination. And it took quite a few pulls before it was oh, now I get it. That's because if we have pairs on EE1, then I don't use Primal Rend during that. Because if I do, then the other melee pair probably dies. And I'm not gonna take that risk. I'm just gonna hold my gap closers in that time frame. Whereas if we have spreads, then I'm basically standing under Wicked Thunder, so who cares? I'll just let it rip. It'll be fine.
Just
Vote
intervention
for
during
self,
pairs
move a
where,
bit more to the side guy is not standing on.
honestly, it's not the melee pairs are not that close where you can't just use your dash.
Oh no, I was
I am doing
talking
that.
for during pairs. I was talking for during spreads. Like, I'm like complete dead center between a Naomi that goes close, a guy that's.
I'm telling
maybe
you
dashes.
that I'm doing like if we're talking the spreads, I'm doing dashes, but I want you to be clear that I'm standing so close that I'm still tapping to get a little closer, worrying that the next GCD I press, my character turns the other way because I've passed under the boss.
Yeah.
So
The spread
if you're
main tank
worried that
position
you're
is scary.
if you're worried that you're too close to me, I can't help you. I can't help you because I can't do more.
Now the most thing about it is being able to look at where the middle is, with the boss also being there, and being a Lalafell on top of it. It's like, what pixel is me? What pixel is the boss? Where's the floor?
Yeah.
One of the best things about Holy Spirit on M4S is the pose your character does for it. It massively helps with positioning for Sunrise Sabbath next to the wall. If you have a command that makes your character basically put both feet together and stand upright.
Oh, yeah, I suppose that would be handy.
The funniest part that makes Paladin superior.
Now, all you need is a red dot, right, guys? Huh? Finger guns! Badum-ching. Joshua says, does Ninja lose mudras on death? Those are a cooldown, so they would have those between deaths.
Yeah, it's only the 5 blade thingies, I think.
They would lose their Ninki and their Kazumatoi, probably.
Oh
yes.
no! Not the Ninki and Kazumatoi.
Those are both, like, due to the amount they generate and where they're used, they're both kind of like, oh, my filler damage.
Anyway.
Yeah. Oh, man.
Or the damage for the 1 minute burst. 1 minute burst does not generate extra Ninki.
Oh,
the 2 minute
true.
burst generates like almost 100 Ninki. The 1 minute burst generates 0 Ninki.
Right. That's true. Does the 1 minute burst have any like regular 1, 2, 3 combos in it as Ninja?
Yes. You have like 2 or 3, but 1, 2, 3 buttons.
That's a lot. I'm like,
you have to keep in mind you have one less fleeting thought because you don't have Tenchi Jin. You don't have Tenchi Jin.
Well, take for a moment. Like, you have Caetsu, so you have Hyoshiramyu. That's one GCD. Then you have.
Yes.
You usually will have a Raitan at this, like at the start, and then also close to the end.
Yeah, you have
and then that leads to 2 Raijus. So that's 5 GCDs already.
Yes.
That takes what, 10.5 seconds or so? 10.62 seconds or so. If you have 0
at that point, you have 2
speed.
GCDs left.
Yeah, so that would be 2. So if one of those GCDs could be Aeolian Edge, then missing your Kazumatoi would lose you 100 potency.
The more important thing is, depending on where your Bunshin is, one of those GCDs might be Phantom Kanaitachi, so it's only 1.
Yeah. That's kind of where I was getting at, is that it seems like it would be incredibly low amounts of filler GCDs in the burst. from my end, I have thought about it multiple times and just never gone beyond, like, I guess it's possible. Naomi says, would you prefer me to not squeeze the max melee for E2 spreads then? No, like, I mean, from my end, I go as close as I can. And then I hope that the two players that are the closest to me go as far as they can from me.
I am so happy that EE2 is EE1 is during 2-minute burst, the stack spread.
Oh boy.
Otherwise you would need to share space with me.
If I was a melee DPS during that section, I could at least imagine that I would just go, that's what I'm saving True North for, first of all. But if I was playing Viper, which would probably be the melee that I would play as, given the choice, I might genuinely just go, I think I'm going to use an Uncoiled Fury if I can. But that's more the main tank in me that knows how scared I am.
Well, the big problem is, as the one who partners with Viper on those stack spreads, Reawaken is happening at that moment.
I know, you said 2-minute burst.
Yes, so
which means that if Naomi has if Naomi has done their prep correctly, there's presumably 2 Reawakens in that. There's no positionals, but there's also no Uncoiled Furies.
Yeah, so.
But I could
going
also
further than max
imagine
melee will be hard.
There's also the part that it might be difficult to see exactly where you're supposed to stand.
A screenshot from tonight's recording with the amount of room I have during spreads. When I think max melee.
Yeah, what I usually see is that it just looks like I just barely survive. Apparently, the off-tank spreads in E1 suck. See, that's the reason why it's so good that we have a paladin.
That's why you play paladin.
Oh yeah. I mean, if you had played warrior, there's probably well, I mean, I guess I chose warrior first, but if I had joined a team and the existing tank was a warrior, then I'd probably have chosen paladin. Yeah, that's understandable, Naomi. The spread positions are a little scary. I mean, I'm also like the stack positions for EE2 is also scary. I could imagine as a melee they're very scary.
For me it's honestly fine because I can save EI Jutsu for them, so I'm like, yeah, I can be further away.
Are you not under the boss?
Depends if it's stacks, if I have 2 or 3 stacks.
Oh, right.
The two stacks are melee under the boss, 3 stacks are out.
Yeah, not everyone is like the supports who only, like the tanks who only have to think, do I have 2 stacks or 3 stacks? Or is it spreads and you stand at the front or back? But basically in the same position. The DPS actually have to think.
Yeah.
Depends for me. I think 75% of the time at the same spot. Like if it's spreads, I'm always at the same spot regardless of stacks. And if it's spreads, if it's stacks and I have 2 stacks, I'm also in the middle under the boss. It's just stacks and 3 stacks for me that I need to go out.
Oh yeah, but for the tanks, being at the front of a boss or the back of a boss is basically the same position you at max melee at the front or back. No matter what's happening, you don't have to think about, do I go under, and knowing how to position under the boss or to the side of a boss.
Hmm. Well, I will say that it's usually a good thing when the discussion, when they're talking tactics like this, is, oh man, I'm glad I have my spot, your spot sucks. And they're like, whew, it could be way worse, I could have had your spot. Because at that point, you at least all recognize that it's not that it's not like, oh, everyone else is having it so easy. It's way better that people assume that the jobs they're not doing are hard than they assume the jobs they're not doing are easy. Which is also, I guess, part of the reason why when we see some players drop to like less than 2% HP during something like the iron clusters in phase 1, that both me and Ham go, ugh. It's because we're like, I can't do anything, but why are the DPS dying? And the DPS are just there like, just another Tuesday.
Well,
and the healers are, I guess, fine.
I reprisal at some point in Iron Cluster. I am doing something.
I'm still like not sure what to do, because sometimes I use reprisal during the first part of the intermission stuff, which leads to the first of those like, and the laser beam right after, I believe, getting reprisaled. But I don't know if that's needed, and sometimes I just miss that I have reprisal during the iron clusters, just entirely. And I see it when I'm like, oh, I could probably use reprisal on that last blast. Bit late for that now.
I just consistently use it for the second.
I use Shake It Off before the first one, at least.
I don't have weaving space before the first one.
I usually try to use Shake as she's coming over, because I want to use Shake, Damnation, and Inner Release.
At that point, I'm pressing Guardian.
Yeah, so what I'm saying is, let's say for the sake of, like, example, that you were trying to use Divine Veil. Doesn't that barrier last 30 seconds? So you could use it before the, like,
cooldown. Yeah, I used Divine Veil during the multi-stack.
I use Reprisal during the multi-stack. Because I want to have Shake for the first Iron Cluster. And because the barrier lasts 30 seconds, it can be used, like, in advance. It's kind of nice to heal after some people that get hit by the blasts. I think the boldest thing I saw tonight was on one of our pulls, where I think I saw Melo, like, go, like, get out, have full HP, and then go back in to do a GCD on Wicked Thunder, and then, like, a blast hits again. It's like, oh, whoops, right, that was why I was leaving.
I don't think I've gotten hits besides the first explosions being on DPS. Like I have not gotten hit by the line lasers and stuff. But I know it really looks like it, but the timing for my stuff on that is funny to look at.
I'm specifically talking about when she goes, you know, summons a cannon and shoots at the arena.
Oh yeah, that was because Tengetsu didn't proc because I went out too soon. So it's like, I can go back for one GCD and break Tengetsu.
Right. Now, I just remembered, was the Brute Bomber face pulled for any particular reason, or just an accident? I think... Wait, did we kill Brute Bomber first pull?
Think so.
Well, that's the one fight
No,
where
that's
nothing bad
incorrect.
tends to
That's
happen.
incorrect, Nozzle. That's incorrect. That is actually not the reason. If a warrior pulls with Tomahawk, then they will have to step out of melee range just before they can use the inner chaos from the 1-2-3 combo at the end of their burst. Like, that just barely comes in for the gem draft in the opener. But during the knockbacks, inner release will be perfectly fine if you pull with Tomahawk. Perfectly fine. The reason why you face pull is because by skipping Tomahawk, that inner chaos gets to benefit from buffs. Or rather, benefit from gem draft. Inner release will naturally time out on time for the knockbacks without face pulling. But the reason why I face pulled was, I'm pretty sure that I opened with Tomahawk. It's just that I remembered that I'm supposed to Tomahawk pull him as I was running. I generally don't face pull him, but the reason for that was when we were proccing Brute Bomber, there were, like, let's say, I think there was like 2 or 3 times while we're proccing, that might sound familiar to the other bosses as well, where people would come in like, why don't you do it like this? Where some people were like, why are you not face pulling Brute Bomber? You're a warrior. And then I face pulled him like once or twice, and then asked you guys, like, how does it feel for you? And it felt a little awkward because it didn't feel as consistent, partly because I hadn't done as much face pulling recently, so I didn't have the timing right. Whereas Tomahawk got it right consistently. So I just went back to ranged pulling because it was more consistent. The thing is, Nossereld, if you face pull, then inner release comes out 1 GCD sooner than if you Tomahawk pull. Approximately. Maybe less than that of a difference. I don't know, Parent. I guess we don't have enough food buffs related to nuts. Swap it up for Pudding Way. You see, the thing is, I see Mind Goblin and I have a specific short from, what is it, Legends of Avantris playing in my head of someone making that exact joke. So... What's a Mind Goblin? Mind Goblin these. Exactly, Chili Taters. DN cannons. Nice. Yeah, basically, here's the thing. Sometimes the reason why we do something, like, somewhat commonly that someone says, it's happened less frequently now, but there's been many times where someone comes in and goes, is this how EU does this fight? Like, is that the strat they use? And I have to say, I don't know. This is the way we do it. Like, if people say, is this how people do Alarm Pheromones 1 in EU? Then we have to be like, actually, we're using an Australian strategy. So no, it's not. Yeah, the classic, Perrin. I feel like we've tried to look up what that strat actually is many times without any success. But I'm guessing it's because that it was just something people said for the lols, and there was never such a strat, which I feel like is a massive letdown. It would be even funnier if it was an actual strategy. It would have been made it so much better. That's also the reason why when we were in our opening like prog of M2S, and we started to try and figure out ways to deal with Alarm Pheromones 1, when we started to do something that was similar to Mario Kart, we called it Crash Team Racing. Because it was funny.
Also, I feel like lesbian can opener strat would be more an E8 thing and not an P1.
I guess so.
Yeah, but we're on a new rate here.
I also wonder what'll happen with the naming conventions for this raid tier once the second one comes out. We've already been told what it'll be called. Partly.
I think we're just going to keep going with M.
Yeah, we might. The reason why I'm uncertain is because with Pandemonium, like, it's not even in the name of the duties themselves. But all of the duties say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, like, they count up to 12. Whereas there's a very real possibility that the second raid tier will be called something, 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 Cruiserweight, M1, 2, 3, 4.
I would be hoping that...
You know what, Perrin? I actually thought that the R was meant to stand for round.
Well, how do the turns go? The
T.
coils.
T. The turn.
Yeah, but they count T 1 to 13, and the duties
the
themselves,
turns
do
themselves
not
they want
count.
to, yeah.
They count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, I think, or something like that.
Yep.
So
I can't remember which expansion it was, but I'm pretty sure there was one where they changed the name at some point, by which I mean the shorthand people used changed. Also, I saw you earlier, Ridley, and yeah, we're still here, just discussing some stuff. Wasn't that for the Omega raids? I guess so.
I wouldn't be surprised if they started with... Which scape do they start with?
Delta.
Yeah. But they might have started with D1 to 4 or something like that.
Now, just to be clear, guys, I'm not saying that the developers changed the name. I'm saying the players changed the name they used to refer to it by. Which is also the reason why people went, well, M1 to 4 might be a problem.
Yeah,
And that we'd have to do that again.
A is sadly already taken.
Yeah. Perrin says probably stick with M for match, but there was a big push for R as an Arcadion, and I'm saying I thought the R stood for round. As in round 1. But that's the same as match, right? So the only reason why R makes any sense is because then we're specifically deliberately choosing to not use M to, like, avoid confusion there. Yeah, that's what I was thinking, Nosril. That's why I'm, like, a little lost. Yeah, exactly, that's what the M stands for. Anyway, speaking of having streamed for a while, this is probably a good time to wrap it up. So, if you enjoyed this particular stream, it helps me a lot if you leave a like on it here on YouTube. That tells the algorithm this was an enjoyable stream. I'd like other people to enjoy it as well, so thank you so much in advance. Unfortunately, we didn't get to UWU, but hopefully you might have enjoyed our struggle with re-clearing M4S. Or maybe the discussion after the fact. If you'd like to be part of the Discord community server, there's a link in the chat right there. There you'll find the weekly schedule, which I usually update Sunday and Monday. I'll probably update it shortly after we end this stream. You'll also find the announcement room with links to videos and streams when they come out. And if you grab the reminder roll in the role assignments room, you'll get a notification whenever I post a stream or a video, as well as an extra one around 15 minutes before stream starts, so you don't miss a second. And if you'd like to support the channel even more directly, you can become a member of the channel, you can become a member of the channel, you can gift memberships, you can use the super chat system, or if you don't like any of that, there's also a Ko-fi link in the chat right there from Aradil. It all helps support me and the channel so I can focus on doing stuff like this with all of you. So thank you so much for the support. But that'll be it from me. So good night, good morning, afternoon, or evening, depending on where you are in the world, and I hope to see you all very soon. Bye bye.